Swastiastu.
Swastiastu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua and good morning. The Honorable of the Director General of Vocational and Profession Higher Education, Mr. Wikan Sakarinto, PhD. The Honorable of Director of Indonesia Institute of the Arts, ISI Denpasar, Professor Dr. Igede Arya Sugiharta, SSK MHum. Honorable of the Dean of Performing Art at ISI Denpasar, Honorable of the Dean of Fine Art and Design at ISI Denpasar, as well as all academicians, researchers, and staff at ISI Denpasar. Our distinguished guest, the Honorable Speaker, Mrs. Oke Hatarajasa, as the founder of Cita Tenun Indonesia, Professor Dr. Iwayan Rai, as MA, as Director of Indonesia Institute of the Arts and Culture, Tanah Papua, Dr. Urmila Mohan, as the Adjunct Faculty at New York University, Dr. Linda McIntosh, as an Heritage Interpretation Expert and Textile Expert from Laos, and Mr. Singo Sato, the founder of the Art Cutting School, Japan. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the international webinar, Traditional Textile to Contemporary Construction in Fashion. We would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Dewi Pebriani, and my colleague Chokorda Abinanda, MSN. We will moderating this webinar.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Dewi. Good morning, everybody. It is such a great pleasure for having all of you in a series of events of Gema Cita Dwipantara as the implementations from the grant which fashion design major received from vocational and profession higher education. Thank you to all the participants and also our amazing speakers who have made your valuable time to this international webinar with entitled Traditional Textile to Contemporary Constructions in Fashion. This international webinar is divided by two sessions, which is the first session will cover mainly about the traditional textile produced in Asia, and then we will continue it by the contemporary constructions in fashion. This international webinar will be in two languages, which is English and Bahasa Indonesia. Before we begin, just a few notes. For all the participants, please to turn on your video and mute your speaker if you have not already done so. And then we would share our attendances and evaluations form close to the end of the session, and we will appreciate your completing this form. And then your comments and suggestions are very, very important to us in our planning for the future seminars. And then lastly, our procedures for questions and answers today, we will through to the chatting column.
Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we begin the seminar by listening to the Indonesian National Anthem. Here is the Indonesian National Anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start to the next agenda, we would like to invite you all to pray for a while. Let's we pray. Thank you.
Our next agenda is a welcome speech will be given by Director of ISI Denpasar. Please welcome Profesor Dr. Igede Arya Sugiyarta, SSKAR, M.Hum. The time is yours, sir.
Good morning. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, and Rahayu. Welcome to the series of events Gema Cita Dwi Pantara as part of grant gained from the Vocational and Profession Higher Education by Fashion Design Major at Indonesian Institute of the Art, ISI Denpasar. Gema Cita Dwi Pantara means a resonance of awareness of cultural diversity, custom, tribes, language, flora, and fauna in Indonesia. The series includes 6 events to strengthen lecturer and students' resources in order to be aligned with industrial development through workshop, focus group discussion, and international webinar via online. This international webinar entitled Traditional Textile to Contemporary Construction in Fashion, with 5 influential speakers nationally and internationally, Mrs. Oki Hattarajasa, Professor Dr. Iwayan Rai SMA, Dr. Linda Macintos, Dr. Umila Mohan, and Singo Sato. Through this international webinar, the purpose of the strengthening of vocational higher education program and the vision of ISI Denpasar as the center of excellence can be achieved. Thank you for speakers, participants, for your enthusiasm in attending of event in Gema Cita Dwi Pantara. I'm as Rector of Indonesian Institute of the Art Denpasar would like to welcome you all and hope you would have a great experience through this event. Thank you very much. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Distinguished participants, upcoming to the next agenda, we would like to introduce you all with our first speaker, Mrs. Oke Hattarajasa. Selamat pagi, Ibu. Apa kabar?
Selamat pagi.
Salam sehat dari kami, Ibu.
Ya, Mbak. Makasih.
It's such a great pleasure for having you as one of the influential speaker in this our webinar. Mrs. Hattarajasa is currently a chairwoman of Cita Tenun Indonesia. It's an association of Tenun community nationwide dedicated to preserve, develop, and market Indonesia's Tenun handicraft as an important aspect of the nation's cultural heritage. During her leadership, Cita Tenun Indonesia had received various awards from Ministry of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprises, supporting Jakarta Fashion and Food Festival, and supporting Femina Group in Jakarta Fashion Week. Mrs. Oke Hattarajasa is also a chairwoman of Perkumpulan Pengelola Rumah Pintar Nasional, a non-profit organization aims to provide well-qualified non-formal education. Along with that, Mrs. Oke Hattarajasa is elected as a member of the Textile Museum at Washington, D.C. She is awarded as F4D Women's Champion Awards by Fasion for Development and Advanced Development for Africa. Today, Ibu Oke Hattarajasa will present modernization without forgetting tradition. Mrs. Oke Hattarajasa, the time is yours.
Thank you, Dewi dan Pak Cokarda Abimanda for this occasion. I received information from the community that 70% of the participants are Indonesian. Therefore, I will submit my paper in Indonesian, but my paper is in English. Mbak Dewi dan Pak Cokarda mungkin bisa dibantu untuk paparan saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Modernisasi yang tidak meninggalkan tradisi. Slide. Dalam peta ini kita bisa melihat sebaran tenun yang ada di Indonesia. Mungkin tidak terlalu jelas di layar, tapi ada tanda merah itu adalah tenun ikat, kemudian tanda biru itu adalah tenun songket, dan tanda kuning adalah tenun datar yang tersebar dari Sumatera sampai Papua. Slide. Tenun adalah seni budaya kain tradisional Indonesia yang diproduksi di berbagai wilayah di seluruh Nusantara yang memiliki makna, nilai sejarah, dan teknik pembuatan yang tinggi, baik dari segi warna, motif, dan jenis bahan serta benang yang digunakan, di mana tiap daerah memiliki khas masing-masing, ciri khas masing-masing maksud kami. Tenun sebagai salah satu warisan budaya tinggi atau heritage merupakan kebangsaan bangsa Indonesia dan mencerminkan jati diri bangsa. Tenun Indonesia adalah sebagai suatu produk budaya yang sangat erat dengan tradisi, karena umumnya motif dan ragam rias tenun menceritakan tentang makna dari aktivitas budaya suatu suku masyarakat, dan setiap suku masih memelihara adat istiadat. Oleh karena itu, ragam rias tenun dari suatu daerah menjadi ambasador dari produk budaya suatu suku. Tenun Indonesia telah ada di Indonesia sejak zaman nenek moyang sebagai kebutuhan penutup badan dan sering dikaitkan dengan kebutuhan adat. Kekuatan dari tenun Indonesia sangat dipengaruhi oleh budaya serta gaya hidup masyarakat setempat. Keunggulan dari tenun Indonesia yaitu antara lain memiliki banyak teknik dalam proses pembuatannya. Motif dari tenun Indonesia banyak dipengaruhi oleh faktor lingkungan dan budaya setempat. Slide. Slide lagi. Ini adalah program kerja CTI. Jadi visi misi kami ada pelestarian, ada pemasaran, dan ada pelatihan dan pengembangan. Slide. Dalam program pelestarian, CTI menerbitkan buku-buku, ada 3 buku, tenun, handwoven textile, kemudian woven Indonesian textile for the home, dan yang ketiga, yang terakhir adalah kami menerbitkan buku floating thread. Program pelatihan dan pengembangan. Materi pelatihan, teknis, meningkatkan mutu tenun, struktur, kerapihan, dan pencelupan benang dengan tren warna terkini. Capacity building, motivasi menjadi pengusaha tenun, dan memahami selera pasar marketing. Jadi kami memberikan pelatihan-pelatihan kepada para perajin, dan juga menambah wawasan kepada perajin untuk dia lebih berkembang lagi ke depannya. Anggota tim adalah project officer, manajer pelatihan, desainer tekstil, desainer fashion, desainer interior, tenaga ahli pencelupan warna sintetis, tenaga ahli pencelupan warna alam, tenaga ahli struktur tenun, tenaga ahli pemasaran, antropolog, motivator, dan fashion officer. Slide. Ini adalah skema dari pelaksanaan program. Di tahap awal, kami melakukan survei untuk mengidentifikasi daerah yang akan dibina. Kemudian melakukan pelatihan yang pertama, kemudian pelatihan yang kedua, kemudian pelatihan yang ketiga, dan setelah di akhir tahun, kami melakukan evaluasi terhadap program yang sudah dilaksanakan selama 1 tahun. Slide. Rincian tahapan dalam pelatihan. Dalam tahapan survei, kami mengidentifikasi perajin yang potensial untuk menjadi mitra binaan. Kemudian melakukan koordinasi dengan pihak-pihak terkait di daerah, kemudian melakukan FGD tim kerja untuk menentukan mitra perajin binaan, dan rencana pengembangan motif dan diversifikasi produk fashion dan produk interior. Pelatihan pertama, kedua, dan ketiga, kami melakukan pelatihan pewarnaan sintetis atau pewarnaan alam, kemudian pelatihan struktur tenun, pelatihan dan pengembangan motif atau ragam rias, pelatihan marketing dan promosi, pelatihan motivasi manajemen usaha, dan di akhir dari pelatihan itu setelah 1 tahun mengadakan evaluasi program yang sudah dijalankan selama ini. Ini adalah pelatihan yang kami lakukan di Tenun Sambas untuk pengembangan Tenun Sambas. Slide. Ini adalah pelatihan di Garut untuk tenun Garut, baik tenun ikat maupun tenun Garut tenun ikat, dan artinya beberapa teknik dari tenun ikat dan pewarnaan alam yang kami lakukan selama pelatihan di sana. Slide. Ini adalah training dan pelatihan yang kami lakukan di daerah Bali, yang sudah pernah kami lakukan di Bali pada waktu itu. Slide. Nah, di sini kita melihat aktivitas CTI yang meliputi area dari Sabang, dari Pulau Sumatera sampai Pulau Papua. Tahun 2013 sampai tahun 2015, kami melakukan pelatihan di Desa Halaban, Kabupaten 50 Kota. Kemudian di Pulau Sumatera ini juga kami melakukan pelatihan di Sumatera Selatan, yakni di Desa Muara Penimbun, Indralaya, Organ Kombling Ilir, Kabupaten Indralaya, Organ Kombling Ilir. Kemudian kami juga melakukan pelatihan pertama itu dilakukan tahun 2009 sampai 2014. Kemudian yang sekarang masih berlangsung di Kota Palembang dan Prabu Mulih itu tahun 2019 sampai dengan sekarang masih berlaku. Kemudian kami melakukan pelatihan di desa untuk Jawa Barat, di Desa Kenekes di Lebak, daerah Lebak, Banten, Provinsi Banten. Itu tahun 2009 sampai 2010. Kemudian kami melakukan pelatihan di desa untuk Jawa Barat, Provinsi Jawa Barat, Desa Panawan, kemudian daerah Trogo Kidul, Kabupaten Garut, tahun 2010 sampai 2017. Kemudian di Jawa Tengah kami lakukan di Kota Solo, di Desa Melese, Desa Klaten, Desa Weru, Desa Kesukoharjo, Desa Wonosari, Desa Sragen, Desa Tonoboyo, dan Magelang, Kabupaten Magelang. Ini kami lakukan pada tahun 2015 sampai 2016. Kemudian juga masih di Jawa Tengah, kami melakukan pelatihan di Desa Troso, Kabupaten Jepara, kemudian Desa Medono di Kabupaten Pekalongan. Dan kemudian kami melakukan pelatihan di Bali, itu di Desa Sidemen, Desa Seraya Timur, Desa Tangkup, Kabupaten Karangasem, kemudian Gelgel, Desa Gelgel, Sempalan, Desa Sempalan, Kelungkung, Kabupaten Kelungkung, Jineng Dalem, Desa Jineng Dalem, atau di Kabupaten Buleleng, kemudian Desa Banjar, Desa Negara di Jembrana, Kabupaten Jembrana. Ini pada tahun 2009 sampai 2014. Di Lombok, kami melakukan pelatihan di Desa Sukarare, Desa Puyung, Desa Marong, Desa Bayan di Lombok Utara, dan juga di Kabupaten Lombok Tengah, Ungga Vilik, Desa Ungga di Jawa, Lombok Tengah maksud kami. Ini kami lakukan di tahun 2011 sampai 2014. Kemudian kami melakukan pelatihan di Nusa Tenggara Timur, di Desa Liang Solo, Desa Waimose, Desa Buas di daerah Manggarai, Nusa Tenggara Timur tahun 2014 sampai 2015. Kemudian di Sumba, kami melakukan di Nusa Tenggara Timur juga, masih di Nusa Tenggara Timur, di Sumba, kami melakukan pelatihan di Desa Prailu, Desa Lambanapu, Desa Pau di Waingapu. Ini adalah Sumba Timur di Nusa Tenggara Timur pada tahun 2013 sampai 2014. Kemudian kami melakukan pelatihan di Provinsi Sulawesi Tenggara, di Kota Kendari, Kabupaten Wakatobi, Kabupaten Bau-Bau, Kabupaten Buton, Kabupaten Muna, Kabupaten Kolaka, Kabupaten Konawe di di Sulawesi Tenggara pada tahun 2009 sampai 2015. Dan juga kami melakukan pelatihan di Pulau Tidore di Maluku Utara, di Desa Sao-Sao dari 2018 sampai 2020. Jadi dari tahun 2009 sampai sekarang kami sudah melakukan pelatihan di 11 provinsi dan 24 kabupaten, dan rencananya insya Allah tahun depan kami akan melakukan pelatihan di Kabupaten Wajo di Sulawesi Selatan untuk tenun Makassar. Slide. Ini adalah gambaran beragam teknik tenun. Ada ikat lungsi, ada ikat pakan, ada ikat lungsi pakan atau double ikat, ada teknik sobi, ada tenun datar, ada teknik songket, dan ada kombinasi ikat dan songket. Slide. Slide. Ya. Ini adalah contoh ikat lungsi. Ini yang sebelah kiri itu dari Cual Sambas, kemudian yang merah hitamnya adalah dari Sumba, Nusa Tenggara Timur. Slide. Ini adalah contoh ikat pakan dari Bali, Blongsong Palembang, dan juga Garut. Slide. Ini adalah ikat lungsi pakan atau double ikat dari Bali, Grinsing, tenun Grinsing, kemudian dari Sulawesi Tenggara dari Wakatobi. Slide. Ini adalah teknik sobi dari Sulawesi, umumnya di daerah Sulawesi dan Nusa Tenggara, Sulawesi Kepulauan itu memang banyak menggunakan teknik sobi ini tadi. Slide. Tenun datar ini adalah dari Jawa, dari Sulawesi, dan dari Bali. Ini adalah songket pakan dari Bali. Ini juga masih songket pakan dari Sumatera Barat dan juga dari Buna, Nusa Tenggara Timur. Ini adalah lunggi sambas, motif beterus, dan juga motif nanas. Ini juga masih, ini songket Palembang. Ini adalah contoh songket Lombok. Ini songket lungsi atau supplementary wrap. Ini adalah ikat, contoh gabungan ikat dan songket kombinasi dari Palembang dan dari Bangka. Ini adalah cualunggi sambas, kombinasi juga dari Sambas. Ini adalah rang-rang, jadi teknik tapestry. Ini sebelum, yang di atas itu adalah sebelum pelatihan, yang di bawah adalah motif-motif setelah pelatihan. Slide. Awal mula kebangkitan para desainer dalam mengembangkan tenun. Sejak CTI didirikan pada tanggal 28 Agustus 2008, di mana salah satu visi misi CTI yaitu melestarikan tenun Nusantara sebagai warisan budaya yang tinggi. Program kerja CTI mencakup pelestarian, pelatihan, dan pengembangan perajin serta pemasaran. CTI bekerjasama dengan 3 mitra desainer yang terdiri dari desainer tekstil, desainer fashion, dan desainer interior, dengan tujuan memberikan wawasan kepada para perajin untuk mengaplikasikan tenun dalam produk fashion maupun interior. Untuk mendukung program pembinaan para perajin daerah, CTI juga bekerja sama dengan para tenaga ahli, yaitu tenaga ahli yang untuk proses pewarnaan sintetis dan pewarnaan alam, kemudian tenaga ahli dalam memperbaiki struktur tenun, kemudian tenaga ahli mengenai pemasaran, dan setelah sekian tahun CTI berdiri, banyak gayung bersambut dari berbagai pihak untuk bekerja sama dengan CTI dalam mengembangkan tenun yang disesuaikan dengan selera pasar masa kini. Kendala yang dihadapi oleh penenun adalah para penenun yang sudah berlanjut usia, belum banyak generasi penerus, terbatasnya bahan baku, peralatan yang tidak memadai, terbatasnya akses pemasaran, terbatasnya promosi, terbatasnya akses permodalan, dan di beberapa daerah masih terpengaruh oleh ritual-ritual adat. Ini adalah contoh hasil pelatihan untuk kebutuhan fashion. Dari tenun dari Bali, tenun dari Sambas, tenun dari Lombok, tenun dari Halaban. Ini juga adalah hasil pelatihan untuk kebutuhan fashion, tenun dari Jembrana, tenun dari Palembang, dan tenun dari Sulawesi Tenggara. Nah, ini adalah hasil pelatihan untuk kebutuhan interior. Ini adalah tenun dari Kalimantan Barat, dari Sambas, dari Lombok, Nusa Tenggara Timur, dari Bali dengan pewarna alam. Kemudian ini adalah divider dari Halaban, tenun Halaban. Slide. Nah, ini juga hasil pelatihan untuk kebutuhan interior dari tenun Sumba, dari Jepara, dan dari Manggarai. Hasil pelatihan cita tenun yang mendapat penghargaan yakni tenun Sambas pada tahun 2014 dengan motif tabur bintang, kemudian tenun Sambas juga dengan motif ulat mata ayam, kemudian tenun Jembrana motif Widyadari tahun 2014, kemudian tenun Lombok motif Sekar Malam, kemudian tenun Sambas motif Turtle and Gold Pillars tahun 2014, kemudian tenun Jembrana lagi dengan motif Prembon tahun 2014, kemudian Songket Palembang tahun 2018 motif nampan perak. Ini adalah contoh galeri dan e-commerce kami. Slide. Jadi di galeri dan e-commerce kami juga masuk ke place market dari baik Tokopedia, Bukalapak maupun Shopee. Ini saja yang dapat saya sampaikan. Terima kasih atas waktunya, terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Ibu Oke Hatarajasa, Ibu, atas presentasi yang sangat luar biasa. Jadi kami semua bisa belajar dan tahu informasi banyak mengenai penyebaran tenun ikat atau kain tenun di Indonesia khususnya, Ibu. Thank you very much Ibu Oke Hatarajasa for the valuable knowledge in textile. And now we are continuing to the next speakers, Profesor Dr. Iwayan Rai S. MA. Selamat pagi, Prof. Rai. Good morning, Prof. Bagaimana di Papua, Prof? Sehat nggih?
Oh, aman-aman, baik-baik saja Pak.
Sehat Prof nggih?
Iya,
Nggih.
anak muda saya sehat kok.
Nggih, astungkare mudah-mudahan. Prof Rai was born on 26th of May 1955. Is currently Director of Indonesian Institute of the Arts and Culture, or we call ISBI, Tanah Papua, Jayapura. He received his master's degree in ethnomusicology from San Diego State University in 1986 and his doctoral degree in ethnomusicology from University of Maryland, Baltimore, USA in 1996. Prof. Rai is the former rector of Indonesian Institute of the Art, or ISI, Denpasar, for 2 periods, 2004 until 2008, and then 2009 to 2013. He used to be an expert staff of the Minister of Education and Culture of International Cooperation year 2013 to 2014. And then he is often leading groups of Indonesian performance in culture mission abroad, giving seminar and lectures at abroad university and other institutions. As right now, he is actively learning a new subject on archaeology and textile in Papua. And then today, Prof. Rai will present Terfo Papua weaving, tradition and its development. Prof. Dr. Iwayan Rai, SMA, Rarisan Prof, the time is yours now.
Om Swastiastu.
Om Swastiastu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Nama budaya, salam kebajikan. Semoga kebajikan datang dari segala penjuru. First of all, I would like to thank my colleagues, Bu Dewi, Pak Cok, and Pak Rektor Arya, Cok Ratna, and all colleagues at ISI Denpasar for giving me opportunities to join this webinar. My name is Iwayan Rai S. I am from Indonesian Institute of the Art and Culture, ISBI Tanah Papua in Jayapura. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the topic of the webinar, Traditional Textile to Contemporary Construction and Fasion, I will deliver a presentation entitled Terfo Papua Weaving, Tradition and its Development. It will consist of 2 parts. First, I will describe briefly about Terfo, and then followed by a video presentation with the duration about 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Okay, next please. This is an Indonesian map. I believe that everybody already familiar with this, and just to remind you where Papua is in Indonesian map. Next. Next please. So Papua, before that. Papua is divided into 7 customary regions, what we call 7 wilayah budaya or wilayah adat in Papua, namely Mamta, Sereri, Dombere, Bombere, Mepago, Lapago, and Amnimha. As you can see there, Papua is very rich in culture, multi-ethnic. There are more than 254 ethnic groups, and also more than 254 languages. Okay, next please. Where's Sarmi district? As you can see on the map, Sarmi district is in Jayapura. I'm sorry, in Jayapura Kabupaten, which is, if you want to go there, it will take you about 10 hours for one way. It means that if you want to go round trip, it takes you 20 hours from Jayapura. Next, please. Okay, I'll talk briefly about Terfo tradition and its development. One of the cultural heritage of Papua that now still exists in the Sobe tribe in Sarmi Regency is called terfo or terfo weaving. The word terfo means clothing or body covering. For men, it is called cawat. Yang di Bali cawat ada. For women, it is called cidako. The material for terfo weaving is made from nipa wood fiber, which is processed in such a way as to produce a distinctive and beautiful woven fabric. In the beginning, the terfo weaving was made like a shawl with straight and symmetrical lines, using the basic colors of Papua and the combination of certain colors. The lines and colors on the terfo contains very deep meaning according to the belief and culture of the supporting community. Terfo is used when there are certain traditional ceremonies, sometimes also used as a gift or mementos for honored guests. In line with the changing times and the development of the sporting communities, Terfo also experienced development in terms of both ideas and form. Now, Terfo is not only made in the form of shawl, but has also been given new touches, such as made into a dance costume, noken, and fashion designs. Such is the existence of Terfo Papua weaving in this global era. On one hand, the tradition is still maintained. On the other hand, new touches continue to be made by not leaving the noble values that are in it. That is a short description about Terfo tradition and its development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let me give you a short video presentation about Terfo, and I hope that you will get a wider perspective about Terfo itself. Silakan videonya.
Sarmi ternyata memiliki keunikan lain, yaitu seni tenun tradisional, tenun Terfo. Hal ini menjadi unik karena dari sekian banyak suku bangsa di Papua, tidak banyak yang memiliki keterampilan menenun. Berdasarkan cerita yang berkembang di masyarakat Kampung Sawar, tenunan Terfo adalah milik marga Teyem dari klan Senis. Dahulu, ada seorang nenek bernama Teyem. Ia adalah seorang pengrajin tenun Terfo. Suatu ketika, belanga yang ia gunakan untuk merebus tano dipecahkan tanpa sengaja oleh anak-anak yang sedang bermain lempar-lemparan di pinggiran pantai, dekat dengan tempat nenek Teyem bekerja. Nenek Teyem kemudian memanggil ibu dari anak-anak yang memecahkan belanganya untuk membantu pekerjaannya sebagai bentuk resiprositas atau ganti rugi. Inilah awal proses sosialisasi Terfo di masyarakat Kampung Sawar.
Berdaun pea untuk membuat Terfo dan memasak daun pea menggunakan belangan tanah liat yang dimiliki oleh nenek Teyem.
Dalam budaya suku Sobei, tenun Terfo dibagi menjadi 3 jenis menurut tingkatannya, yaitu Terfo yang dipasang sebagai hiasan dan lambang pada rumah adat Karwari, Terfo yang digunakan oleh satetum atau kepala suku dan anaknya, dan Terfo untuk siapa saja atau untuk masyarakat umum. Bentuk umum dari tenun Terfo adalah berupa kain persegi panjang mirip selempang yang fungsinya sebagai penutup aurat dan dapat digunakan baik oleh laki-laki maupun perempuan.
Kalau kita waktu nenek ya belum ada pakaian toh. Mereka pakai untuk pakai cawat begitu, pele dada di sini. Nah, tapi perempuan pakai cawat, mungkin bisa ikat pele.
bagus berarti 2 hari kita jemur. Setelah itu baru kita pintal, ikat-ikat.
Dahulu, para penenun terfo menggunakan peralatan tenun yang masih sangat sederhana. Peralatan tersebut terbuat dari pelepah pohon nibung atau sagu.
Penelitian penggalian untuk saya bisa mengetahui sebagaimana leluhur kami menemukan tenun terfo dengan proses pembuatannya itu. Jadi awalnya menurut penelitian yang kami menemui itu digantung. Diikat digantung dengan kayu dipalang, lalu digantung disusun pakai tangan. Kemudian proses perkembangan ke depan itu dibuat dengan cara memasang kayu. Memasang kayu dililit dengan sistematisnya untuk bagaimana cara bisa mengangkat dan menyulam. Dikerjakan oleh leluhur-leluhur kami turun-temurun sampai sesuai dengan data yang sudah ada di pihak-pihak yang meminta informasi tenun terfo dari kami, masyarakat suku Sobei di Kampung Sawar, Kabupaten Sarmi. Kemudian itu ditenun di atas kaki. Jadi itu dikerjakan oleh kaum perempuan. Jadi duduk, dia nanti akan memasang di kedua ibu jari kaki. Duduk, kakinya ke depan, lalu dia menggantung.
Tenun terfo telah lama ada dan berkembang dalam kehidupan orang Sobei, salah satu suku bangsa yang ada di Kabupaten Sarmi, Provinsi Papua. Pengetahuan dan keterampilan ini diwariskan secara turun-temurun oleh nenek moyang mereka yang hingga kini masih dipertahankan, meskipun jumlah pengrajinnya tidak banyak. Aktivitas menenun pun hanya bisa ditemui di Kampung Sawar dan Bagai Serwar.
Okay, that was the end of my presentation. And thank you very much for your kind attention. Waktu saya kembalikan Pak Cok dan Bu Dewi. Matur suksema.
Terima kasih Bapak Profesor Dr. Iwayan Rai atas presentasinya dan videonya yang menarik sehingga kami bisa lebih memahami apa itu tentang kain terfo. For the next speaker, Dr. Linda McIntosh. How are you, Dr. Linda McIntosh? We hope that you are doing very well today. Dr. Linda McIntosh resides in Laos. And the time is about an hour before Bali. However, for the next speakers, we would like to invite Dr. Urmila Mohan. We do apologize for the inconvenience. Dr. Urmila Mohan received her PhD from the University College London, focusing on clothing as efficacious intimacy in ISKCON. She is currently a founder, curator, and managing editor of the Jugat project, Material Religious in Context. Along with that, she is also an adjunct faculty at New York University, Department of Anthropology. On 2018, Dr. Mohan received an award from Asian Cultural Council to do ethnographic research about textiles in Bali, Java, and Flores, focusing on technique of production and their relationship to religion, ceremonial, and ritual uses of textiles. She has various publications on textiles, material culture, history, and digital materiality. Dr. Mohan will present double ikat patola towards Indian and Indonesian textiles as forms of heritage. Dr. Urmila Mohan, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, Devi. I hope you can hear me clearly. Just let me know if you want me to speak up a little bit. I'm really glad to be here today, and really excited to kind of share some of the research I did a couple of years ago, and I hope that I'll be able to develop on this in the future. And it's basically about patola and patola as a trade textile, the kind of influences it has on trying to find new connections, basically, between the way textiles are used as spiritual and powerful tools, both in India and Indonesia, and trying to a certain extent, trying to rethink and anticipate how patola can be viewed and discussed. So what I'm going to do now is share my screen so we can start the slide presentation. Okay. Here we go. So we'll start with the slideshow. And that's the topic you're looking at, which is double ikat patola. As Ibu Oka had described earlier, double ikat is one of the unusual forms of ikat that is found in Bali. And of course, in the case of patola, we have influence from trade textiles. So just to start with this example, this paper is inspired by the iconic double ikat silk weave known as patola, singular patolu, and its relationship with some Indonesian textiles. The term patola comes from pata, a Sanskrit term meaning cloth or silk, and the term ikat, of course, as you know, is a root word of Indonesian origin meaning to tie. Patola have been exported from Gujarat and Western India to various parts of South Asia for over the last 5 to 6 centuries. Now, my initial encounter with patola cloths was during visits to Bali, Java, and Flores. And my next interaction with the actual silk patola was during this visit to the Brooklyn Museum in New York, and was a chance to see how vibrant these colors were even after 100 years, basically more than 100 years of having been in the storage of the museum. It was vibrant. The silk was very fine. The colors were very bright. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and it was also extremely light. So it was kind of interesting to really encounter it as a physical object. Now, within the larger framework of modernity, nationhood, and tourism, both Indian and Indonesian textiles take on special value, as both of our earlier speakers have pointed out, as a marker of Indonesian identity. For example, the patola sari being discussed here was stored as part of an Asian cultural collection. Now, we also know about regulations such as geographical indicators, what we call GI, and UNESCO intangible heritage, which ensure that patola and other indigenous weaves can be claimed and sustained as forms of local knowledge. For example, Patan patola, which is made in Gujarat, received its GI certificate in December 2013. So this gives you an idea of how new this whole system of creating GI certificates really is. And as you know, many textiles in Indonesia have similarly got their own GI certificate. Now, by moving across India and Indonesia, this paper provides a brief overview of the kind of aesthetic and spiritual links embodied in patola and patola-like cloths. The goal is to draw attention to the translational material capabilities and uses of woven cloths that make it possible. So while, of course, as you know, original patola are valued as heirlooms or pusaka in various parts of Indonesia, my discussion here is restricted to 3 islands, which I have some experience of, which is Bali, Flores, and Java. So here's a brief overview of a very quick summary of trade textiles and the history of trade between India and Southeast Asia. And we see that time period when perhaps some of the earliest pieces that we can find in museums dating to the 14th century are kind of come well after the Srivijaya period. Indian influence in textiles may date back as far as the middle of the first millennium, coinciding with the Srivijaya thalassocracy in Southeast Asia. Based in Palembang, Sumatra, The Srivijaya court expanded through a network of political, familial, and religious alliances to include Western Indonesia, Malaysia, and Southern Thailand. Now, trade textiles, as mentioned over here, was essential currency in the economy of maritime trade, often exchanged for the rights to acquire spices, sandalwood, and forest products. And following raids by the South Indian Cholas in 1025, trade that was formerly controlled by Southeast Asian fleets and traders became fragmented between Malay, Arabo-Persian, Indian, and Chinese agents. Now, radiocarbon of some of the earliest textiles indicates a date of the 14th century. During this time, Java formed the extended spiritual terrain of the king of the Majapahit period, 1293 to 1500, and the king's legitimacy was bolstered by his spiritual power and superiority, as well as Hindu-Buddhist temples, practices, and rituals. So keeping in mind the possibility that textiles were part of this power. After the decline of the Majapahit in 15th century, the spread of Islam evolved Indonesian people's relationships with trade textiles, with the strongest impact felt in Western Indonesia. And following the religious conversion of rulers in international ports such as Malacca, the Malay states adopted Islam and were able to participate vigorously in all types of trades, including textiles. Simultaneously, it was through textiles that people such as those in Jambi, Sumatra, were able to create an identity that linked them historically to India, Islam, and the world beyond. Around the 16th to 17th century, the presence of various European players eager to control Southeast Asian trade meant that textiles remained important trade items. Now, the earliest account of patola by a European traveler is from 1516, with Portuguese reports of that time referring to the importance of silk patola in Indonesian contexts. The Dutch recognized the commercial potential of Indian trade textiles, which they initially bought from merchants in places such as Aceh, Sumatra. The VOC, or the Dutch East India Company, subsequently established their own trading posts in Gujarat in several places during the early to mid-17th century. So this resulted in a situation where by 1678, the VOC held an exporting monopoly for patola and thus controlled the trade between India and the Southeast Asian archipelago. Ship records of the VOC documented the exclusivity of patola. For example, on a ship to Jakarta, there were only 5 patola among 1,000 textiles from Gujarat. So that gives you an idea of the ratio and the importance of these cloths and how rare they were. Now, due to their prestige as luxury goods, patola could be gifted to Indonesian rulers for trading and other concessions. And there's a long history of incorporating patola cloths in courtly and ceremonial garments and decoration. The longevity of patola is evidenced in the fact that they were made and exported from Gujarat to Indonesia until World War II. That is nearly until Indonesian independence. Now, I started by saying that one of the points I was trying to investigate was, is there a spiritual or supernatural use of these textiles that one can observe as taking place with patola in both these countries? And before we get to that, I'd like to do a brief overview of the manufacture and use. So on your map, you see the state of Gujarat, Western India, with the section of Patan, marked out there in black, one of the few original families that make double ikat patola with their own origin myth. And for a long time, these kind of patola have been ritually important. So from the days of the Solankis and Chalukyas, who ruled parts of present-day Gujarat and Rajasthan from the 10th to 13th century. The secrets of double ikat patola were supposedly brought by the Salvi caste to Gujarat by 700 Salvi weavers from the Deccan. And it is said that the son of the Jain king who ruled Patan in the 11th century, called Kumarpal, made Patan a weaving center and kept the weavers busy as he required fresh patola during his daily prayers. So there's a healthy kind of mythology and history to these textiles that gives them part of their exotic appeal. Patola has been ritually important in Gujarat with specific designs for different religions and sects, such as Nagar Brahmins, Jains, and Bohra Muslims. The patterns and colors also vary depending on the religion and caste of the wearer. And I hope that you can hear me. So by this time, we find out that patola has evolved into patterns and designs that are being used by different communities in India. And in traditional Gujarati Jain culture, for example, certain motifs were ordered specially for important ceremonies, such as a wedding or pregnancy. And unlike the situation with traditional Indonesian textiles where the weaving is done by women, Salvi weavers in India are only ever men whose knowledge of the process is currently passed from father to son. And you kind of see that in your image on the left-hand side, which shows you the family tree with inheritance through the man, and all the way down to the present generation, with the current family having taken on the role of building the Patola Heritage Museum in Gujarat. This is also a very important UNESCO site because they have a stepwell which connects with local identity and also becomes inspiration for motifs, as you will see in this slide. This is the family, the current generation that's making these cloths. They have their own heritage museum, as I told you, where you can go and learn about the process. So even as the process continues to be practiced in various household operations, tourists and visitors can get an overview at the Patola Heritage Museum, and it is in close proximity to the UNESCO World Heritage Site. The production process for patola is time and labor intensive, and their value is expressed in the Gujarati saying that the design of the cloth might tear, but the color never fades. Patola are considered auspicious and pure because of their technical perfection, the material, the color scheme, and pattern. And the silk, which is Bombax Pori, is imported from Japan via Mumbai, and even with 3 craftsmen tying and dyeing the threads through a resist process that takes 2.5 months, one sari can take from many months to 1 year to complete. So extremely labor and time intensive. Here we go to the next one. Here we see an example of the kind of pattern that they would use, which would tell them the colors and the places which would be tied, as well as a kind of demonstration of the ikat ties being taken off the warp threads. As a plain weave, this ikat cloth has no right or wrong side to the textile, and after about 10 inches are woven, the maximum possible for a day, the weavers adjust the pattern to make it as precise as possible. Because of its elasticity, the silk is able to withstand this manipulation. Natural dyes were used until the late 19th century, and now synthetic dyes are dominant. I also want to show you here examples of 19th century patola textiles in the Yale Art Gallery, which gives you an idea of the lengths and dimensions of patola textiles that were being traded to Indonesia. And as you can see from the length of the cloth, this was probably something that was made in a custom dimension for Indonesian use, because it's clearly too small and too short to be used as a sari. So these kind of lengths, which were originally 5 to 6 yards, are being made much shorter for the Indonesian market. A survey of patola across different Indian castes and religions indicates that there is a common association with auspiciousness and well-being. The finished patola cloth has the ability to cure, to heal, to purify, and protect. And the extensive use of the color red that you see is very, very obvious here in these pieces in front of you, represents the vitality of the mother goddess worshipped by Jain weavers, and also relates to the fact that the cloth's most common use is a bridal textile. There's also speculation that the textile that you see to your left, which is called the chabadi bat, is a motif that's associated with the wedding fertility ritual, incorporating a basket of flowers. Patola were generally not used by the bride, but were worn by the mother of the bride at the most important part of the wedding, called the kanyadan, or the bestowing of the virgin. Formerly, the color red was considered too powerful for the young virgin, who could only wrap herself in a patolu once the marriage vows had been completed. However, today the sari is worn by women during their wedding ceremony or reception. And there are historically, once again, various kinds of designs, various kinds of patterns. You can see some of these patterns that might have inspired these weaves from the stepwell that is close by, especially if you look at the frieze in the center with those various motifs. These cloths are considered so powerful that even when worn out, the pieces retain their value and the powers and could be reused in different ways, placed under a bridegroom's saddle when he rode to his bride, as a quilted wrapper for a newborn, or tucked into a baby's cradle for protection. So in a way, very, very similar to what we see happening in Bali with Gringsing, with the kind of power of double ikat, the general, treasured so much that even when they become scraps or small pieces, or even threads, they still kind of retain a kind of physical and spiritual power. So let's move on to examples of patola influence in Indonesia. And here we see these trade textiles and the kind of exchange of commodities taking place. Textiles are just one of the commodities being traded. The others include spices, silver, ivory, and it's fascinating to see the kind of link of trade and influence that possibly could have been carried through this trade. We're very familiar with, especially in Java, knowing about how court clothing was influenced by patola, to the extent that we know that moving from west to east through Indonesia, we see that if we go back to Sumatra, for instance, we see that weft ikat textiles are called chinde, which is clearly influenced by patola designs. And in Java here, but patola is also called chinde or chindai, with batik variations known as nitik in the Yogyakarta and Suryakarta areas in the two courts. Also referred to as jalamprang in other parts of Java, as you see here in this batik piece in a private collection. So very wide interpretation and creative interpretations of these original trade textile motifs in different colors and different forms. Traditionally reserved for Javanese nobility and the elite in palaces, patola and its variations were clearly worn for ceremonial and theatrical reasons. Silk patola was reserved for royal courts, while the batik designs inspired by patola patterns were hardly ever restricted. In eastern Indonesia, patola motifs were adopted by fitting them into the bands of a wrapper in an ingenious manner in keeping with prevailing aesthetic and cultural norms. And we also know about cloths known as kain sambagi, which are basically block printed textiles from India with patola designs imported from Southeast Asia into Java and other parts of Indonesia. The point to make here is that trade textiles were used as currency, and in places such as Ambon, literally measured the freedom of a human life. So you could purchase a human being with that, the kind of value that they have. Patola are also fine examples of how luxury trade textiles are imbued with various kinds of power, both due to their complex technical creation and their value. Their formal and economic aspects were connected with their ritual uses. And this is, I think, a connection that is worth underlying, and to repeat it once again. The aesthetics of these textiles, that is, their formal aspects, their economic value, were connected with their ritual uses. So there was no separation of these domains. In Flores, for example, patola-inspired cloths, even though we may not necessarily identify them immediately as such, literally embody ties between the tangible and the intangible, the spiritual and the material, and the human and the ancestral. Through the double ikat process, the complexity of the process, the power of the dyeing process, and the types of patterns generated. And a point of comparison between patola in India and Indonesia is the manner in which the same motifs are translated and interpreted. For example, we talked about Chabadi Bat as the lotus flower, the basket of flowers motif earlier, which are interpreted as lotuses within the context of Hinduism and Buddhism. But when you visit a Catholic area of Ende Regency, the weavers have turned this pattern into their own by combining it with ancestral religion and rites of passage. So in their cosmological system, the floral pattern is known as the inner man or woman, that is the self or the soul, and the central part is called Pusuate or the heart. The motifs are generally known as mata, that is the eyes through which an ancestor's agency is activated. So similar motifs reinterpreted, combined with others, and clearly fully made part of this culture. So we can no longer just say that these are influences. There's something more happening here in translation and transformation. For instance, Chabri bat motifs are found in important Adat cloths. The shoulder cloth that I'm wearing here in this photograph is actually worn by men, and it's called Luka Semba, and is woven by Ingela women weavers. Much like the use of patola in Indian context, the Luka Semba, which is the sarong that you see to the right of the image, and its female equivalent, the Lava Luka Semba, or the women's hip wrapper, are powerful cloths connected with and embodying the power of ancestral knowledge. And very similar to the way we would think of textiles in India, cloths, even in this context, it is so different, are worn at different life ceremonies and denote power through rank, gender, and prestige. The next example that I want to show is, of course, things that many of our viewers may be a lot more familiar with, which is this still prevalent influence of the chepuk cloths being used in various life ceremonies, in various rites of passage. And we notice that geometrical motifs from patola, such as voragaji, influence these kind of textiles in the weft ikat chepuk. For example, this is a loom from Nusa Penida, where you see it's a backstrap loom with chepuk cloth still unfinished on it, and a clear kind of influence from patola motifs on the pattern of this cloth. So while the patola is clearly not the same as chepuk, the Balinese who perceive them think of them as efficacious and related to the ancestors. Such cloths are believed to have protective functions and are used in different kinds of ceremonies for gods, demons, and humans, including rites of passage such as truth filings and cremation ceremonies. The point to be noted across these various examples is that the Indonesian textiles are not mere copies. They are textiles that generate power by literally and metaphorically folding in patola motifs with other cultural and religious influences. And here we have visuals from Tenganan showing us the Chabri motif being used in a narrow cloth on the left-hand side. At the bottom, we have a wangsol with a continuous warp setup with a different pattern, and a woman using a backstrap loom to the right of the image. So they fold in these patola motifs with other cultural and religious influences, which are ancestral, Hindu, Islamic, Christian, as well as local modes of production, use, and meaning making. But the final part I want to bring to this discussion, especially since we're dealing with design and fashion students, is the question of heritage and how, focusing on India, perhaps the questions that we have about Indian textiles as heritage products might perhaps have some interaction or relevance for or brought into relationship with discussion of textiles in Indonesia as heritage. So perhaps both of them being mediators between this idea of tradition and modernity becomes an opportunity for us to further these kind of dialogues and see what we can learn from each other. So if these traditional uses of these textiles are declining, and if they have new values and new economic realms, the question is what happens to their original values, or the reasons for which they were originally given this much power and importance. Heritage making processes are also phenomena that connect India and Indonesia, and textiles have become mediators between tradition and modernity, categories that must be carefully examined. In many cases, the manufacture, patterning, and use of what we perceive as traditional, and thus slow to change, are results of transformation over time, subject to historical flows of materials, people, and changing influences. So how do we start making detailed ethnographic and anthropological accounts in the name of conservation or documentation? And how do we go about doing this in a way that does justice to such a complex subject. Now, we know that designers are well situated to work with communities, anthropologists, and heritage specialists to help identify and document these traditions. Designers can also lead the way in asking difficult questions about whose stories are being told and what exactly is being conserved, especially when the socio-cultural and aesthetic sustainability of these textiles comes into conflict with productivity and economic goals. And the images you see here deal with patola being reframed, commodified, and advertised for a contemporary market, so for the fashion market, for turned into objects like bags, or instances where the pattern itself becomes something that can be easily appropriated and used in other objects. So what does this do to the value of patola? That's the question I think a designer is very well situated to ask. Where formerly textiles values and philosophies were generated by communities of production and use, sometimes over long distances, now designers are in a position to mediate and target new kinds of consumers. So these are my questions that I'd like to leave the audience with. What types of values and ethics do these new markets support? And how do they relate to localized forms of knowledge? We know that collectors search for authentic cloths by Indonesian communities that are sold for high prices on international markets and placed in museums. But we are also seeing a resurgence of emphasis on producing high quality artisanal textiles that take inspiration from the past but are actively sought by contemporary Indian and Indonesian audiences. It is hoped that designers will take up this challenge and be a sensitive and responsible part of such projects, supporting weavers' agencies and their changing circumstances as expressed through their creations. So that's the final question I would leave you with. What is the role that designers will play as they go about creating their new designs and identifying new markets? What kind of values and ethics can the design process include for a particular woven tradition to be aesthetically, culturally, and economically sustainable? And I'll stop my talk right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Urmila Mohan, for the valuable knowledge about patola. For your information, Dr. Mohan currently resides in New York City, USA, and the time is about 12 hours prior to Bali. So it must be almost midnight in the USA. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Urmila Mohan. Before we continue to the next speakers, we would like to remind all the participants about the procedure for delivering your question and comments. You can do it through the chatting column. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Dewi. Well, we're continuing to the next speaker, Dr. Linda McIntosh. Hello, Dr. Linda.
Yes, hello, how are
Hello.
you? Thank you for having me. Yes.
How are you, Dr. Linda?
I'm fine, thank
We
you.
hope that you're
How are you
good
this morning?
and healthy. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah. I think in Laos, one time before Bali, 1 hour before Bali, Dr. Linda.
Yes, 1 hour before Bali.
The same as Jakarta time, yeah?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. McIntosh received her Master of Arts in Southeast Asian Studies from University of Wisconsin and received her PhD from Simon Fraser University, Canada in 2009. Dr. McIntosh is an independent curator and researcher. She is currently a heritage interpretation expert and consultant, New Zealand Law PDR Ministry of Culture, Information and Tourism for Sustainable Development Program. She has responsibility in creating and formulating the design and master plan of Siang Huang Provincial Museum as part of the UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2019. Dr. McIntosh is active in giving seminar and lecture abroad as well as delegate whom represent Laos in an international event related to the textiles and heritage. Today, Dr. Linda McIntosh will present a traditional textile and natural dyeing of Alurung or Alores ethnic group Ternate Island, Alor Regency, East Indonesian. Okay, Dr. McIntosh, the time is yours, Miss.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much to the Faculty of Art and Design of ISI Denpasar for inviting me to talk to you today. And can everyone hear me? Is the sound okay? Yes. You've heard a little bit about my background. I'm based in Luang Prabang, Laos. My specialty is mainland Southeast Asian textiles, but I have been studying and researching Indonesian or insular Southeast Asian textiles as well. I published a book. You see, it's called Thread and Fire. Yes, oops, I'm not sure. You can see it here. So this book is about Indonesian textiles as well as jewelry. So this came out last year in 2019. And I became interested in researching Indonesian textiles about 5 years ago, and more in depth. And when I started visiting the region, I went to Alor Regency and discovered that very little has been written about the textiles of the Alarung ethnic group, or also known as the Alaris. So I'm going to share my screen. Can everyone see it? So here's my screen. So looking at the traditional textiles and natural dyeing of the Alarung ethnic group of Ternate Island in Alor Regency, NTT, East Indonesia. I first began to be interested in the textiles of the Alarung because I met the curator from the museum 1000 Moko in Kalabahi, Alor Regency. And she asked me to help with the documentation of the textiles of Alor. Here we have textiles and textile books written in English language. Some are devoted just to Indonesian textiles, while others are devoted to Southeast Asian textiles in general. And they just mention the textiles of Alor briefly. This also is true of textile books written in Indonesian language. Very little attention has been paid to the textiles of the Alarung. And I think it's important to document all the textile traditions of every ethnic group in Indonesia. And so a systematic study has begun with Mrs. Yulianti Penny, who works at the Museum 1000 Moko, and I. So just to give you a background, just one second. Okay, so Alor Regency is located in East Indonesia, so we can find it just north of Timor Island. And if we look, if we're looking for Ternate Island, I'm not speaking about Ternate of northern Maluku, but this small island located between Alor and Pantor. So here we are, if we're looking from the shore of Alor, and here we see the island of Ternate and Umapura village here on the side. So the Alarung ethnic group, also known as Alaris, has about 25,000 speakers located in Alor Regency. So we find their settlements along the coast of the Bird's Head Peninsula of northwest Alor, on the islands of Ternate and Buaya, as well along the coast of northern Pantar and western Pantar. So Alarung is related to the Lamahot language, which is a language spoken in La Mata, Adanara, Solor, and East Flores. So both of these languages belongs to the Proto-Lamaholot subgroup or sub-branch of the Austronesian ethno-linguistic family. So Lamahot and Alarung are about 50 to 60% mutual intelligible, meaning that they're distinct languages. Alarung is not a dialect of Lamaholot. So they're similar to how German and English are related to each other. My written paper will have more background on the Alarung. I don't want to waste too much time on this and focus more on the textiles. Okay, so generally textile production of the Alarung is similar to textile production found throughout Indonesia. Cotton is the primary material used in traditional weaving. However, there's a distinct trait in Alarung textiles. Weavers also combine milkweed with cotton to produce a silk-like thread. So if we look at the top right photo, we have women carding cotton and milkweed fibers in a cave, because milkweed fiber is quite lightweight, and can easily fly away. So weavers go into a cave where there's less wind, and they card dried milkweed fibers with raw cotton, and then they use a drop spindle to combine the fibers to form a thread. Yeah, I won't go into, I won't spend too much time looking at weaving, because many of you are already familiar with this. And also the previous speakers have covered traditional weaving in Indonesia. But Alarung weavers, weave on a backstrap or body tension loom. Generally the warp is, circular. And for Alarung Adat textiles or traditional textiles, warp ikat is the primary decorative technique. Alarung weavers also apply complementary warp to decorate textiles, but these are primarily for trade or sale to other ethnic groups living in Alor and elsewhere. And for natural dyes, indigo and Morinda or Mingudu are the primary colorants. Light blue is achieved by dyeing the threads just a couple of times with an indigo dye vat, while a dark color is achieved when dipping the threads into the dye vat multiple times. So you dye the threads, allow them to dry, and then re-dye them. And you continue this process until you achieve the color of blue that you like. Mingudu roots are also used to make a red to brownish color. Alarung weavers use fresh Mingudu to have a reddish tone on their threads, and dried Mingudu roots to make this and to create this brown color. Secondary colors include turmeric. Fresh turmeric is desired over dried turmeric, and ground turmeric is mixed with an acid, generally a citrus juice, to form a yellow dye. So if you look at the photo of the two balls of thread, on the right we have citrus juice from the kaffir lime used to make a brighter color, where the smooth skin line forms more of a muddled color. To achieve an orange, calcium hydroxide or slaked lime powder, which is used in areca nut chewing, is combined with the dye vat of turmeric and citrus juice to create orange. The Alarung also use a variety of trees to produce different colors or different shades of brown. Here on the top we have kayu hidup, used to make a cinnamon brown color. And then with the addition of the slaked lime powder or calcium hydroxide, a pinkish brown is achieved. Mangrove root bark is also used to make a light peach to brown color. And then in the middle here, we have sapan wood, produces a hot pink, and if you add iron, a purple color. So you have a range of purple, reds, and pinks achieved using sapan wood. Kayu ipi, which is called Borneo teak in English, creates a dark brown shade. A distinct trait of Alarung textiles is that weavers also use marine life to create colorants. So not only plant materials, they use sea urchins, sea hares, as well as sea cucumbers to produce colorants. So here on the left, we have a magenta color achieved using the ink of the sea hare. Sea urchins also produce purple colors. And here on the right, we have different color sponges producing different colored dyes. So here, a light blue sponge is used to create a blue color. And we have peach and yellow. A black sponge will also produce black colors. And the intestines of the sea cucumber are applied to make different shades of green. Here on the left, we have a light green color, which we can also call khaki. This is achieved by dyeing threads 2 times with the innards of the sea cucumber. And if you would like to, reach this dark green or camouflage green, and the threads need to be dyed 7 or more times. So the Alarung weavers are using their surrounding environment to create colors beyond plant materials. So looking at the traditional attire of the Alarung, both men and women wear the tubular garment as for traditional or dot attire. Men wear this as a tubular skirt, like women do, but also they use examples as a hip wrapper. So, one cloth, one tubular skirt would actually go around the hips over trousers or another tubular garment. It also functions as, a blanket or cover to keep warm during cool temperatures. These ritual textiles are also used as coffin covers, as shrouds. They're also given as gifts of atonement. As someone misses an important ceremony, the person who made caused the offense will provide a textile to the offended. Textiles are exchanged during marital rites as well as funerals. The Alarung also create single panel textiles in the Selendang in Bahasa Indonesia. They use as shoulder cloths as well as head coverings. In the past, women would also weave larger 2-panel textiles that could be worn as a shawl, but this happens rarely today. So what I'll do is focus on specific textiles that the Alarung produce. So in Alarung society, society organizes into patrilineages. So a group of people recognize a founding father. And in Umapura village or Ternate Island, 8 patrilineages or suku are recognized. So here we have the 8 suku and the specific tenape that symbolizes this particular patrilineage. And so I'll go into detail of these. So here starting with the suku umakakang, we have the tenapi patola balalong sambung. So the suku umakakang is considered the ruling lineage of the Alarung in Umapura. So this is more of a symbolic role where the leader, the male leader, this suku or patrilineage can contact the ancestors or the founding father. This garment is composed of 3 panels of fabric, and it's referred to as patola because of this lattice design found in the center field of the garment. And so the inspiration becomes from the patola, which is the plural patulu. But however, the Alarung have made this pattern their own. So they call it the Balalong Sambung, or the connecting Balalong leaf pattern. So we find the Balalong tree, which is the banyan tree, in the foundation stories of the Alarung, not only in Umapura, but also other Alarung domains, such as Alor Besar, as well as Alor Kachil. And here we have this pattern filling the primary bands of warp ikat. So primary band refers to the largest band of warp ikat. So the pattern in the center field is repeated in the primary band. And this garment, particular garment style, is has different size bands in the peripheral area. So in the outer areas of the garment, you have secondary and tertiary bands, and the weaver can select other designs to fill these bands. Next, we have the Suko Umo Tukang, which would actually be the group of people who conducted governance on the secular level. And the Tenape, or tubular skirt, that represents this patrilineage is called the Tenape Belang. So instead of being composed of 3 panels of cloth, here we have 2 panels of cloth. The primary bands of warp ikat are found towards the end or top and bottom of the fabric. And a distinguishing characteristic of a Tenape Belang is the presence of these white and orange stripes. And then for the Suku Uma Aring, or the younger brother lineage, we have the Tenape Matang Karing. So Matang Karing refers to small eyes. So you have numerous bands of warp ikat dashes. And so in Alarung language, it's an Austronesian language related to the Indonesian, but often they add ng to open-ended nouns and adjectives. So mata is eye, but in Alarung it's matang, and also they add I and ng to the word small. So the kari is karing. And here we move on to the Tenape Bulihing Lanzia. So this type of Tenape symbolizes the Suku Uma Wulawalu Bawa. It can be composed of 2 or 3 panels of fabric. The midsection must be indigo, and either it may be plain, no decoration, but often it contains warp stripes and small bands of warp ikat. And here we have the primary bands of warp ikat flanking the midsection, instead of being towards the ends of the fabric. Another distinguishing characteristic of this type of Tenape is a white stripe at one end and a pink stripe at the opposing end. And we move on to the next suku, or patrilineage, which is the Suko Uma Wulawalu Atas. And the Tenape Bulihing Balalong symbolizes this suku. So similar to the one I just spoke about, the midsection must be blue, and it's decorated with bands of warp ikat dashes as well as stripes. The primary warp ikat band flanks this midsection, and then another distinguishing characteristic are red stripes alternating with bands of warp ikat dashes. Okay, so quickly moving on to the other pattern, or other pattern Tenape, is we have the Tenape Muku Tahakang, which symbolizes the Suku Dengwahi, or often Suka Uma Dengwahi. Uma translated as Ruma, or house, in Bahasa. So here, Muku Tahakang translate as ripe banana in English. So Muko is banana, Tahakang is ripe. We have yellow found at the selvages. And so this is traditionally made with turmeric, and we also have yellow and green stripes intersecting the area between the primary warp ikat bands to kind of display the yellow or the ripe banana name of this garment. So these garments are composed of 2 panels of fabric versus 3 panels of fabric. Yeah, the Suko Umo Folong Heilang is represented by the Tinape Lior Manis. So the warp ikat bands are located towards the top and bottom of the skirt. And a distinguishing characteristic of this type of tinape is a grouping of warp ikat dashes. So we have 3 white dots forming the patterning in a row, and this is repeated, and green stripes flank these rows. So this grouping symbolizes watermelon seeds, and this is the distinguishing characteristic of this type of tinape. And last but not least, we have the tinape Sintagala that represents the Suko Uma Biataban. So these last 2 are hard to find within local society today. So this is why it's important to document these traditions before they disappear completely. Here, the Tinape Sintagala is composed of 2 panels of fabric, and a distinguishing characteristic is these grouping of stripes. So we have an orange stripe flanked by a pair of yellow stripes. So here we have a total of 3 pairs on the garment. So 1.5 of these groupings are found on one panel, and the other is found on the second panel. The primary bands of ikat are located towards the ends of the fabric. So looking at motifs, so here we have various motifs decorating the traditional textiles. So the motifs are inspired by both the natural and social environments of the Alarung. So the Alarung lived near the coast, and particularly the Alarung of Umurpura village, is on a small island. There's, population about 1,000 people. And so they rely on the sea as their primary occupation. But women also weave to supplement their livelihood. So there is very little arable land or farming land on Ternate Island in Alor Regency. So they must rely on their neighbors on the larger islands, such as Alor and Pantar, for foodstuffs. So for over centuries, they have traded cloth as well as fish and materials from the sea with farmers, or on their farming neighbors for foodstuffs. So here we have the diamond-shaped pattern, representing the banyan tree. This doesn't have anything to do with foodstuffs, but it's important in their foundation myths. And this pattern is inspired by the imported potola, which Dr. Umila just spoke about, and particularly the connecting banyan tree leaf, which is, resembles a lattice design. The 8-pointed star or 8-petal flower symbolizes the bursting kapok bud, and this is an indication of this is the end of the hot season and then the onset of the rainy season, and also the onset of the planting season. So I won't go into too much detail because I think I don't have too much time left. But again, you have warp ikat dashes here. They represent broken siri fruit. Here we have, this pattern in the center here that is, is one full triangle flanked by half triangles. This represents the, ufe koton, or the sea hare. So here we have the importance of marine life. Next, we have the traditional boat or tena. We have coconut tree fronds or leaves with utompe or the canary or ternate almond, as well as the undulating line, which is intertwining snakes, which symbolizes solidarity among individuals to form a group. The Alarung have also incorporated motifs from imported goods into their design repertoire, and they made these designs their own. Dr. Mila has touched on this subject, incorporating foreign patterns, but allowing these patterns to become symbols of people's own identities, so the meaning of the patterns changed. So here we have the dragon from Chinese ceramics. The serpent deity plays an important part in the foundation myths of the Alarung peoples, as well as other groups living in the Lower Regency. And also, people still pay respect to the Ular Naga, which the serpent deities are called in the Lower Regency today. On the right, both of these items are found in the Museum 1000 Moko. We also have various spatolo found within the Regency. So this example is in the museum's collection. And we also have different types of patola found within a Lower Regency. And some people find this surprising because if you look at historical records, there's little mention of trade with the historical domains of the islands composing a Lower Regency. However, over 30 types of potulu, or 30 potola in general, have been found in the Lower, including these three, large elephant or gaja potola. These are other examples found within the Regency and now are located in private collections. So just trying to represent the importance of the trade items that are continue to be preserved by local communities today. So these are sacred heirlooms that only come out for important ceremonies. Yeah, so looking at the commercialization of production. So this has been touched on by the different speakers. So within a Lower Regency, commercialization and commodification of the textiles accelerated in the last quarter of the 20th century. Trade has always occurred, as I mentioned. The Alarung are coastal peoples with little access to arable land, so they traded cloth and other items with their agrarian neighbors. And so, trade has always occurred, but the markets have expanded in the last 40 years. So here we have, more tourists visiting Alor. So now you have people from all over Indonesia, as well as international tourists visiting Alor Regency. And also there are government mandates encouraging government employees and students to wear traditional or handwoven textiles at least once a week. And so with the commercialization or the acceleration of commercialization of handwoven textiles, their production, we have readily available synthetic dyes, machine spun threads that are produced in factories. So you have cotton as well as synthetic threads and a mix of cotton and synthetic threads. Pre-dyed threads are also available to the weavers. So here we see changes in production and also the introduction of new patterning. So these are textiles produced in the late 1980s and early 1990s. So here we still have hand-spun cotton being used, as well as natural dyes. So we have some traditional patterning found here, but also with the opening of a new market or new consumer markets, the government has encouraged the creation of new designs. Here we have realistic depictions of fish, as well as turtles, scorpions, and and squid, for example. So here we have examples of material readily available in the markets today. created or produced using pre-dyed threads and synthetic dyes. Is here with this expansion of the market, we have different demands. We have different range of prices as well as qualities. And we can say that fashion designers of Java, or mainly Jakarta, have discovered the textiles of the Alarung and have incorporated Alarung textiles into their own stores and fashions. So here on the left we have an Alarung set used by the designer Bapak Yuko Moko, as well as other designers. So here we have new production. Natural dyes are still being used. We have plant materials as well as dyes created using marine life. We see traditional patterns still being produced. So here, if we look at the top right corner, as well as in this bottom left corner, but also here we have changes in the organization of and the sizes of the bands. Here we have large stripes with less warp cut, and the bands of warp cut have increased in size. So when looking at this commercialization of production, we see changes in the organization of the patterning, the changes in the colors of the stripes, as well as in the changes in the overall design format. In a way, as a preserver of traditional textiles, myself, as well as other people like me, are worried about the loss of tradition, the loss of the ability to make intricate patterns, as well as the loss of the history and knowledge. Because Alarung weavers have produced textiles in specific design formats, using specific designs and specific meanings to represent not only their ethnicity, but also the different suku or patrilineages of their societies. And with this commodification, we've seen a loss of this technical intricacy. Because even today, if you ask the weavers to produce the, adat or ritual textiles, they are reluctant to do so because it takes more time and effort to produce these textiles, and the market is demanding, quick return, and also the price of the textiles have been reduced, so they're less willing to spend time producing an intricate textile. And however, when you do ask them to produce, an adult textile, they're reluctant to do this as well because it does take time and effort to do so. If you're also willing to pay the price, weavers, still, hesitate to spend the time producing these textiles when they can actually produce more and meet, specific markets. How am I on time? So I think I have a few more minutes. So Dr. Umila asked some very important questions that we should all consider in today's time. And also as fashion designers, we must think, what is your role in preserving these traditions? And how do you use the textiles of traditional textiles of the various ethnic groups of Indonesia? How can you help to preserve not only the meanings of these textiles, but also the technical ability and creativity of the weavers? So I'll end my presentation with this. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Linda McIntosh, for the presentation. It was so interesting to understand that every ethnic group, even in Indonesia or in the world, has its own identity and characteristic. Once again, thank you to all the speakers who have made your valuable time and knowledge to this webinar. And the next agenda will be discussion. We have received questions from the participants, and we have about 45 minutes for the question and answers.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Dewi. We will read the first questions This is the questions for Prof. Rai. Hello, Prof. Rai.
Pak Cak.
Inge, this is the first question, Prof. Rai, and Professor Rai Niki.
Nggih.
The question is, what is the material for terfo? Is it from threads?
From?
Threads.
Is it
from
Is it from threads?
Apakah
Apa dari benang, Prof? Jadi pertanyaan.
Oh, that's original material is from nipah trees. Jadi dari pohon nipah yang hidup di sekitar perairan Sarmi di gunung-gunung. Jadi mereka mencari itu ke sana. Jadi itu diolah seperti yang dalam video tadi, kemudian dijemur, dikeringkan sambil menjemur itu, barulah digulung menjadi benang.
Berarti
jadi namanya pohon nipah, Pak Cok.
Berarti benangnya dari pohon nipah nih, Prof?
Ya, serat-seratnya itu yang diambil.
So the threads is coming from the nipah trees
nipah
in Papua, Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Rai, for the answer of the questions. Ibu Dewi, for the next questions.
Okay, we have the second question. The second question is addressed to Mrs. Oke Hatarajasa. What do you think about the Indonesian traditional textile? Is it okay to do modernization, or is there any rules for that? Yang terhormat Ibu Oke Hatarajasa, ada pertanyaan yang menanyakan tentang bagaimana pendapat Ibu mengenai kain tradisional Indonesia. Apakah diperbolehkan untuk melakukan modernisasi, ataukah ada pakem untuk hal tersebut? Silahkan Ibu.
Terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya. Menurut saya, karena di Indonesia itu kita masih hidup dalam budaya, sehingga sejak kelahiran sampai kematian, dan itu masih terpelihara, bahkan di beberapa daerah disertai dengan upacara-upacara adat. Oleh karena itu, kain tradisional itu yang memang mungkin ada motif-motif tertentu yang memang dia punya arti sakral dan makna sakral, itu mungkin kita pertahankan sebagai kain adat istiadat. Tetapi untuk modernisasi boleh saja itu disesuaikan dengan modernisasi tanpa meninggalkan identitas dari daerah dan suku setempat. Menurut saya demikian, Mbak.
Baik Ibu, terima kasih. So, according to Ibu Oke Hatarajasa, traditional motif which is have a sacred meaning, it's supposed to be treated as a sacred motif. But then, if the sacred motif can be adjusted to modernization as long as it allowed by the tradition. For the next question, Bapak Cho Abi.
Okay, for the next questions, is this for Dr. Urmila. Hello, Dr. Urmila.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the question for you. May you explain the traditional norm for wearing or using patola textile? Yeah, is it clear, Dr. Urmila?
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. So the traditional for the patola would be as a 5 to 6 yard sari. So it would be a sari worn by women.
Okay, so it's a traditional norm for using patola is for women.
It's for women, yes. But we're also seeing evidence that because of the way patola traveled from Gujarat to Southeast Asia, we are noticing that in places like Kerala, there were patola cloths of a shorter width that were worn for ritual purposes by men.
That's for men?
For men.
For what? For clothes or for?
As a kind of hip wrapper, like almost like a saput.
Oh, okay, all right. Oke, thank you very much, Dr. Urmala. Jadi penjelasannya mengenai patola tadi adalah bahwa sebetulnya itu mostly untuk busana busana sari di India untuk wanita. Ada yang lebih pendek, itu karena datang dari Gujarat, itu biasanya dipakai untuk saput seperti di Bali. Baik, thank you very much, Dr. Urmala. Next, Bu Dewi.
For the fourth question, it's addressed to Dr. Linda McIntosh. The question is, usually each Indonesian traditional textile has special meaning. How about traditional textile of Alurung and Aluris ethnic group in Ternate Island?
Okay, yes, sorry if you couldn't understand me in my presentation. My paper has more details of this. With each suku or patron lineage, so there's 8 recognized in Umapura village on Ternate Island. So there's meaning for each tenape or tubular skirt. For example, for the ruling lineage, the Suku Uma Kakang or elder brother lineage, you have the Tenapi Potola. The long name is Tenapi Potola Balalong Sambung, where they've taken the lattice pattern inspired by the Potolo, which Dr. Mula just described, and made it their own. So this pattern represents or symbolizes the banyan tree. And the banyan tree is found in the foundation stories of the Alarung people of the kingdom of Alor Basar, of Alor Kachil, in the Mezbah found in each village, which is the ritual center where ceremonies take place. So this is a mound of compacted earth and stone. You'll find a banyan tree planted in the middle of the mezbah, which is called dola in Alarung language. Sometimes you have a large stone, a menhir, and here in the past, ceremonies would take place here. So this is an important symbol of the Alarung as well as the ruling lineage. Kings were also called Balalong or banyan tree. And the Alor Regency is also recognized the importance of the banyan tree as well as the mezbah, and they've incorporated both as well as cotton into the Regency's emblem or insignia. So we also find this in the different lineages. You have specific motifs and combination of motifs, stripes, and an organizational warp ikat bands to symbolize each ethnic group. And my written paper will have more details on this.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Linda McIntosh. Jadi secara umum setiap kain dalurung memiliki makna dan fungsinya tersendiri. Dr. Linda McIntosh, can we share your paper that you have sent to us, to the public, to the participants, so they can more understand the meaning of it? Okay, great, thank you. Kepada partisipan yang terhormat, kami akan membagikan tentang artikel yang telah ditulis oleh Dr. Linda McIntosh mengenai kain alurung ini. Selanjutnya kami serahkan ke Pak Coami.
Baik, pertanyaan berikutnya, the next questions from Niputu Dharmara Pratnya Paramita. This is the question again for Dr. Urmila. Hello, Dr. Urmila. Yeah, this is again a question for you, Dr. Urmila. Is there any place or community in charge to develop or promote the patola fabric? Thank you.
So it's not just one community, there are many communities. Okay. And I think that's part of the discussion that I hope that we take away that we have, the fact that there are communities at every level. Yeah. So we have government from the top creating their bodies. And we also have, of course, the weavers themselves. For example, the people whom you saw in my presentation, a very small body of weavers in Patan who want to, in a way, they're saying we don't want to be dependent on the government. This is our traditional occupation. It's our caste occupation. We don't want to be told what is good quality, what is bad quality. So they want to develop these fabrics and make fabrics in the way that their parents have taught them. So you have that stream of lineage going on.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, because of geographic indicator, which, as you know, is certification from the government, we have other weavers who have started making patola in other parts of Gujarat.
Okay.
But what they make is different. You see?
Yeah.
So if we say that patola has to be double ikat,
Yeah.
it has to be certain dyes, it has to be certain pattern. When you start changing those combinations and how you change and how much you change, then ends up creating conflict between these weavers. And if the ultimate authorization is coming from geographical indicator, then whoever has the certificate, right, GI certificate, they can say we make patola.
Okay.
Right, so that's the question. So in a way, I'm trying to answer your question about community by saying whose community.
Okay.
And for what.
Okay. So it's been government actually control all the communities who wants to create or develop this patola, yeah, doctor? That's right?
Not all, not all.
All right. Some community.
But, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Depend for what and who is the community, yeah, Dr. Urmila? Okay.
So the community, the weavers, right? So you have the weavers, the traditional weavers who are caste, because we have to understand that the weaving can only be done by a particular caste.
Okay, right.
So then like casta, like in Bali, we have a casta which does weaving. So they do this weaving. But now, anybody who's learned the technique, and this is the issue, right? So anybody who's learned the technique can go and make.
All right. Okay.
Right? So then the question is, whose intellectual property? Who is making it?
Okay.
Things like that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Urmila. Thank you very much. Jadi bahwa siapa komunitas itu tidak semua dikontrol oleh pemerintah, tetapi adalah siapa komunitas itu dan untuk apa patola itu akan dikembangkan. Seperti itu ya Bu Dewi tadi ya. Tapi kita nggak bisa dapat, boleh dapat ininya beliau nggak bisa ya? Napi papernya?
Sampun.
Sudah, kita izin juga ya. So Dr. Urmila, thank you very much, and we can share. Is it okay if we can share to all the participants your paper's presentation?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Urmila. Yeah, for the next.
For the next question is to all the speakers. All of us know pandemic is affecting all aspects in our life. What is your opinion about the impact for fashion industry, especially the condition of local weaver? So this question addressed to all the speakers. Maybe one of the speakers can answer the question first. Dr. Linda McIntosh, or Professor Dr. Wayan Rai, or Dr. Urmila Mohan, or Ibu Oke Hatarajasa.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Okay, sure. The question is, pandemic is affecting all aspects in our life. What is your opinion about the impact for fashion industry, especially the condition of local weaver?
Yes, based in Laos, where we also are having this problem. The country of Laos, all the international borders have been closed since April, and so it's very difficult for people to leave and enter the country. And Laos is, in Laos, tourism is like the third income, largest income earner, and so it's, it's many people are losing their jobs and markets are being closed. And particularly for textile producers and other artisans, they're also losing their markets. And so there is now, promotion to really increase consumption of the national market or the local markets. So textiles are an important part of life today. People need to wear traditional or handwoven cloth, to any ceremony. All government workers, particularly women, they have to wear a tubular skirt. If you're wearing pants, you're not allowed into the building now. So it is strict, although daily life, you can wear whatever you like, but they prefer people to wear, hand-woven cloth for, official and for work. However, there's, still, a loss of the market. So again, trying to produce materials that people can use not only as clothing, but also as household items. But also diversifying these materials to items that other groups of people besides, the people of Laos can use. So, so an international market can use. You have different colors, different types of designs are more popular in other countries. For example, Europe prefers bright colors, or Japan prefers more of a, pastel palette, for example. But this changes with fashion. So again, it's trying to find market niches that are sustainable and also without the loss of meaning and tradition, for the producers as well. And so Laos, is facing difficulties, and I'm sure Indonesia is also facing the same difficulties.
Thank you, Dr. Linda McIntosh. So it means that in Laos, especially, the government try to regulate for the people who work for the government to use skirt made from hand-woven, or it means Lao traditional textile. Is that what you just explained just now?
Yes, the government does as well, but also it's part of identity and tradition. You have ethnic identity. Laos recognizes 50 official ethnic groups, but there's hundreds of subgroups. So you have ethnic identity, but hand-woven textiles have been incorporated into national identity. So people want to wear traditional textiles regardless, regardless of the government mandate. I mean, Laos is a primarily Buddhist country, so when you're going to the temple, you often have to wear, it's traditional fabrics. It's not a law, but it's a tradition. So it's still, hand-woven cloth is still important. It's a vital part of local society here, as well as it is in Indonesia. But however, in terms of production and livelihoods, they also had to find other markets. Not only using textiles as traditional clothing, but also as household items, which have been lost because in the past, yes, people made their own bedding, their own, mosquito nets, but now you can find manufactured, bedding and manufactured mosquito nets that are cheaper than hand-woven cloth, in the markets, but also trying to get people to return to this, to sustain the producers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Linda McIntosh. Jadi secara garis besar, masukan dari Dr. Linda McIntosh menjelaskan bahwa di Laos khususnya, pemerintah menganjurkan bahwa pegawai negeri yang bekerja untuk pemerintahan Laos menggunakan kain tekstil tradisional atau hand-woven buatan Laos. Jadi itu adalah salah satu usaha untuk meningkatkan pemberdayaan terhadap penggunaan hand-woven atau kain tradisional di negara tersebut. Selain daripada itu, menurut Dr. Linda McIntosh, beliau juga menjelaskan diversifying of material. Jadi materinya bisa diganti, atau diversifying adalah menemukan material baru yang digunakan untuk membuat kain tradisional. Selain itu juga pemerintah Laos menganjurkan kepada masyarakatnya saat mengunjungi tempel atau tempat ibadah suci dengan menggunakan kain tradisionalnya. Jadi itu adalah salah satu usaha yang dikembangkan di negara Laos. Thank you, Dr. Linda McIntosh.
Thank you.
Selanjutnya mungkin
and then for the next question
kepada Ibu
May I?
Okay, Profesor Dr. Iwayan Rai.
Okay, may I add something?
Of course, sure, please.
To answer your question, this is especially in Sarmi region. There's no question about it that the pandemic has affected many aspects of our life, right? Especially economically speaking. But I'm so glad that the weavers, the government, and also the Balai Penelitian Nilai Budayas keep encouraging them to do something. And actually, in 2 more days, I have planned to go to Sarmi again to continue my research. But it has been postponed because of the pandemic. So, but even though, so I'm glad that weavers, especially young weavers nowadays, very encouraged to do something. Let's say that we are thinking out of the box. Yeah, in this case. So as you can see, many young weavers now emerging in Sarmi village, and including nowadays at ISBI, Tanah Papua. So we are trying to learn and to preserve and as well as to develop. And I talked to Bu Cho and Pak Cho, Bu Cho Ratna, Pak Cho Abi, and other colleagues, and how one day in the future, ISBI Tanah Papua has also fashion design. That's called Eco-Fashion Major, hopefully, with your help, Dewi and Kaflen, because this is very strong here, and hoping that ISBI Tanah Papua will have a fashion major design, which is based on Papuan ecology. We might call it for temporary eco-fashion. So there's a good and bad, as I mentioned, because of this pandemic. The most important thing for me is the spirit of the weavers. They keep trying to find a solution on what we can do in this situation. This is the most important thing for me, and that makes me happy. Even though, in one side, and when we talk about economically, many difficulties. Where are we going to sell this, and then who is going to buy it? Because not very many people go there at this time. So of course, with this kind of webinar, and we at least can introduce to the TERFO in a wider audience, nationally or internationally. In short, like that, Devi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Profesor Dr. Iwayan Rai. Jadi menurut Profesor Dr. Iwayan Rai SME, bahwa peran serta generasi muda itu sangat dibutuhkan sekali untuk mempertahankan local weaver atau traditional weaving, karena dengan spirit dari generasi muda dan juga spirit weaver tersebut akan meningkatkan sustainability atau meningkatkan kemampuan dan kreativitas untuk membuat dan mempertahankan kain tradisional TERFO. Selain itu juga melalui edukasi atau pendidikan yang telah Bapak Profesor Rai sebutkan tadi, untuk membuka program studi dan mengedukasi generasi muda ataupun masyarakat lainnya mengenai pentingnya kain tradisional dan bagaimana mempertahankan kain tersebut. Selain edukasi juga
pengrajin muda di situ di daerah Sarmi ya, Prof. Sarmi. Dan mereka sangat bersemangat terus untuk berkarya, walaupun mungkin saat pandemik ini belum ada lagi pemasaran yang pasti, yang luas. Tetapi dengan webinar ini, Prof. Rai juga mengharapkan bahwa ini bisa memperkenalkan ke dunia luas, internasional juga, bahwa ada kain TERFO di Papua, nggih, Prof. Nggih? Begitu.
Ya, tambahan Pak Cok, tahun yang lalu kan saya bawa beberapa grup ke Bali, mampir ke Isi dan Pasar. Dan salah seorang itu adalah apa namanya itu yang memperagakan, apa istilahnya ya? Model. Nah, ternyata ini memberikan dampak yang sangat luar biasa. Kunjungan mereka pertama kali ke Isi, khususnya ke desain fashion, dan kita bertemu di gedung di atas itu yang lantai 2, ternyata mereka cerita ke teman-temannya, dan ada beberapa orang yang ingin masuk ke desain fashion Isi dan Pasar. Ini yang menggembirakan. Jadi minat mereka bangkit ya berkat kerjasama kita. Jadi Oleh karena itu kerjasama harus terus kita lakukan. Bagaimana secara bersama-sama kita membangun, terutama dari mindsetnya dulu.
Betul, Prof.
Dari mindset ini harus kita tanamkan supaya memelihara nilai-nilai tradisi itu, kemudian dikembangkan dengan perkembangan ini tanpa menghilangkan value system yang ada di sana. Saya kira begitu, Pak. Terima kasih kawan-kawan dari Desain Fashion yang telah memberikan kesempatan kepada anak-anak dari Sarmi dulu.
Terima kasih kembali, Prof. Kemudian next will be to Ibu Oke. Tadi ada pertanyaan kan belum Ibu Oke dengan bagaimana langsung yang ini.
There is a next question. Hello, I'm Afifah. I'm baby wearing consultant. I'm very much interest in traditional baby sling or baby carrier. My question for all speakers is, do the local use traditional textile to carry their child? How do they use it? Kepada yang terhormat seluruh pembicara, mungkin salah satu bisa menjawab pertanyaan ini. Jadi ada dari Afifah, beliau menanyakan bahwa beliau sangat tertarik dengan cara menggendong bayi secara tradisional yang menggunakan kain tradisional. Kemudian Afifah menanyakan bagaimana penduduk lokal menggunakan kain tradisional menggendong bayi mereka.
Boleh saya yang pertama, Dewi?
Boleh,
silakan, Prof.
Iya. Pertanyaan yang sangat bagus sekali. Tadi dalam salah satu tayangan video terlihat ya, bagaimana orang tua itu menaruh bayi di sana. Dan di Papua itu ada tradisi yang namanya noken. Ya, oleh ibu-ibu, mama-mama dibawa ke belakang, dan di belakang saya surprise dulu. Saya kira dia membawa umbi-umbian, ternyata kepala bayi yang muncul. Jadi secara tradisi sampai sekarang itu masih sangat kuat di Papua. Jadi nokennya itu yang besar, taruh di sini, bayinya di belakang. Jadi ibu-ibu, mama-mama memelihara atau menggendong bayinya bahkan sambil bekerja di ladang. Nah, itu masih tradisi. Kebetulan saya tinggal di daerah namanya Kamwolker, di mana banyak sekali mama-mama pagi itu pergi ke kebun untuk bekerja, kemudian mencari sesuatu, tapi bayinya di bawah. Bayinya di bawah itu melalui noken tadi. Termasuk juga di yang saya lihat di Sarmi itu tervo dibuat seperti itu. Kalau di Bali ada, di Bali nama seperti ayunan itu juga ada. Itu masih hidup sampai sekarang. I hope that's answer.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Rai. Professor Dr. Rai explained that noken in Papua used to carry baby, and usually the mother will put noken and the baby behind their back while they are working. Profesor Rai, bahan noken ini dari apa nggih? Kalau boleh tahu?
Ada serat kayu ada.
Oh, oke.
Kemudian yang untuk tas itu biasanya yang mahal itu adalah noken anggrek. Itu bahkan harganya saya tanya sampai 10 juta satu, karena mencari bahan itu di hutan yang sangat sulit dan hanya ada pada daerah tertentu. Tapi untuk menggendong bayi kadang-kadang sekarang pakai kain yarn itu yang bisa dibeli di pasar supaya lebih kuat.
Digantung di kepala.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So for noken, usually made from wood. From orchard and from
flowers.
Orchard flowers and
they process in a natural way.
Oh, okay.
Ya, Prof, jadi so it's very expensive because it's very difficult to find that kind of flowers in Papua.
Okay, great. I think that's all the questions from the participants. We would like to know whether the speakers would like to add more comments regarding with this international webinar. Kepada yang kami hormati seluruh speaker, mungkin bila ada masukan atau komen mengenai international webinar ini, kami persilahkan.
Dari Ibu.
Mungkin dari Ibu Oke Hatarajasa.
Mohon komen Ibu.
Mohon komen dan saran
mengenai
Ibu.
Webinar kita hari ini. mungkin ada masukan, mohon Ibu berkenan untuk memberikan masukan kepada acara webinar internasional hari ini, Ibu. Silahkan, Ibu.
Ya, terima kasih kesempatannya. Saya merasa ini satu cara di tengah pandemi seperti ini kita bisa melakukan webinar internasional ini secara online dan juga langsung bisa bertukar pikiran sehingga bicara budaya tentunya kan bicara identitas. Tetapi tadi seperti yang disampaikan Dr. Urmila dan juga apa yang disampaikan Dr. Linda, ini ternyata kita ASEAN itu masih ada benang merahnya gitu. Jadi ini satu diskusi yang sangat menyenangkan dan juga menggembirakan dan menjadi PR kita semua untuk lebih menjaga, melestarikan apa yang kita miliki. Kemudian dengan kesempatan adanya webinar online ini, kita juga menjadi bisa saling bertukar pikiran dengan sesama ASEAN tentang budaya di daerah kita masing-masing, dan ini menjadikan seperti komunitas yang tidak dipisahkan, karena bicara budaya itu tidak ada batasnya, tidak ada pemisahannya, hanya memang ragam rias dan corak itu menjadi karakteristik dari kesukuan yang ada di kita masing-masing. Jadi dia menjadi ambasador dari daerah kita masing-masing, tetapi sebagai kesatuan dia bicara menjadi benang merah yang tidak terpisahkan. Jadi saya terima kasih sekali atas kesempatan yang sangat berharga ini yang diadakan oleh Fakultas Seni Rupa Desain dari program studi desain model dari ISI Bali. Satu kesempatan yang sangat terhormat buat saya. Semoga acara-acara seperti ini tetap bisa berlangsung dengan topik-topik yang lain lagi. Selamat dan juga sukses, terutama Ibu Ratna yang sudah Coko Ratna.
Ratna Korang, Ibu. Istri
Ratna
Korang.
Iya. Iya, terima kasih. Terima kasih buat moderator atas kesempatan waktunya.
Sama-sama. Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih kembali Ibu Oka Tarajasa telah bersedia untuk menjadi pembicara dalam acara international webinar ini.
Lagi satu dari Dr. Urmila mungkin.
Maybe one more comments or suggestion, whether from Dr. Urmila Mohan or Dr. Linda McIntosh or Prof. Fry.
Would you please give
Actually, I had a question comment for Linda. Linda, I just loved your presentation.
Thank you very much.
I think that the students are going to be intrigued by how you went about. What was that process? Because it all looks like magic from the outside. How you went there and did this research, and how you delved into. These are not just textiles. I mean, these are historical artifacts. I mean, these are things that tell the history of these people. And so I'm left with a renewed kind of respect and fascination. And I really hope that people like you in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia, will be able to bridge that almost unbridgeable gap with all these kind of opposing forces and tensions that we see today. So I wish you and everybody else in this field the very best of success.
Thank you very much, Dr. Urmila.
Yeah, thank you very much, Manila, for your question, and you gave a great presentation. It's quite thorough, and also, I love the questions that you posed. That everyone I think should consider in the present day. Just to answer your question briefly, one I look at textiles. It's material culture. They're also text. It may not be written language, but it's but it is language embedded in the motifs of the fabric. And so to conduct this type of research, you spend time with the weavers, you observe, you can be a participant, you can be active in ceremonies, you can participate in weaving. It can be a non-participant, you can just be an observer on the outside, just documenting what people are doing. And you do this taking notes with photographs and videos. Often it's informal conversations with the weavers themselves and people within the community, such as the elders. Because often you would like to speak with the leaders of each patrilineage or suku. So usually the leader is the eldest male, following this lineage to the founding father. And also you have other males who are kind of bestowers of this information. So trying to collect oral histories. You can also look at written histories, but there's not as much found this because these are often, communities without a written language. So, but people remember these stories, that go back for centuries. And often you have to be present for specific ceremonies. Because in the modern world today, people not only live in a specific area, but they may live all over Indonesia. They may live in a different country. But if there's an important ceremony that requires attendance of members of a suku, people will return, to their home and participate. And during these ceremonies, there's the Lego dance, where it's a communal dance where they, the community dances in a circle around the mezbah. So this ritual center of a village, each village will have a mezbah or dola. And, the head of the clan is the only person who can, recite the histories of the community. Because also if someone else does it and the detail is not correct, or they do the full recitation, they risk their lives. Because if that's kind of the tradition, whether it's true or not. So, history is passed down orally, and slowly researchers are documenting this in written form. But yes, so you use the different methods of research methods, whether it's there's different types of documentation, is interviewing, and then analyzing this material, and then going back to the community and asking, if it's, if they also, what you've interpreted is correct. But everyone, each individual has their own interpretation as well. So you have to take this into account and kind of look at commonalities. You need stories not just from one person, but from multiple people. Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much from Dr. Urmila Mohan and Dr. Linda McIntosh. Jadi Dr. Urmila Mohan menanyakan kepada Dr. Linda McIntosh tentang bagaimana cara Dr. Linda McIntosh dalam mengetahui meaning atau maksud dari kain-kain tersebut di daerah lokal. Kemudian Dr. Linda McIntosh mengungkapkan bahwa research methodology yang digunakan adalah etnografi dengan datang ke tempat tersebut, kemudian melakukan observasi dan sekaligus juga berpartisipasi dalam rangkaian acara seremoni maupun dalam acara wedding dan sebagainya. Jadi itu adalah salah satu cara bagi researcher atau peneliti untuk memahami maksud dari kain tersebut dalam suatu daerah. Selain itu, dalam melakukan recording data, Dr. Linda McIntosh juga menjelaskan bahwa dalam menganalisa harus memerlukan kehati-hatian. Jadi dokumen yang diinterpretasi pun merupakan meaning yang masuk dalam artian masyarakat tersebut. Sekian penjelasan dari Dr. Linda McIntosh dan Dr. Urmila Mohan.
Saya kira sudah ini ya.
Yes. I think we already deliver all the questions from the participants, and then this is the end of the first session. Thank you so much for all the speakers, all the participants. And we would like to let you know that we are going to have the second session. So we are going to have break for about 15 minutes. And please don't leave. Just stay tuned on this link because we are going to show you some of a video from our students. Once again, thank you so much to all the speakers.
See you the next,
and see you
to
the second session.
15 minutes ya.
Terima kasih kepada seluruh partisipan. Selanjutnya adalah acara break kurang lebih 15 menit sebelum kami mulai pada sesi yang kedua. Kami mohon partisipan jangan meninggalkan link ini karena kami akan memutar video fashion
link
show.
Zoom-nya masih sama.
Link Zoom-nya masih sama. Kami akan memutar video tentang desain fashion, desain mode isi Denpasar. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh pembicara dan partisipan. Kami akan kembali dalam waktu 15 menit.
Thank you very much to all.
Thank you to all the participants. We are going back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
See you.
See you.
Smile. hopeless place that we're in, but I'm your liability. I know you are my liability. Yeah, I know you are my liability. Oh, what a hopeless case we could be. Yeah. Oh, what a hopeless place that we're in, but I'm your liability.
Well, good afternoon to all the participants. Hello again, and welcome back to our international webinar session 2. Special for this session, we have Mr. Shingo Sato from Japan as the speaker for contemporary construction in fashion. Mr. Shingo Sato has known broadly as the founder of TR Cutting School. His technique on cutting had been admired by almost all students at the fashion school. He involves origami technique on the clothing. Mr. Shingo Sato have been generous to conduct master class online to give his students all over the world to learn his technique online. However, we have to apologize to all the participants that we cannot make the session live due to Mr. Shingo Sato's packed schedule. It means that it will be offline class because we had a live session on Sunday, which is yesterday, and we recorded his presentation, and now we will show you what we have recorded yesterday. Please apologize again for this inconvenience, and please kindly enjoy these presentations on cutting technique by Mr. Shingo Sato from Japan.
This is my online class where learning can be learning technique. It's a different approach. Maybe for you it's, but it looks complicated, but most it's very easy. Okay, here you can see the beautiful design, but it's not printed fabric. It says it has been sewn here and make it gather here. It's very three-dimensional. You can see that using flare and volume, making the dress on the bodies. So you can see the twisted volume integrated. But as you can see, there are no dots. You see the box integration technique. That one also. Two boxes integrated, just one pattern. I think you are familiar with the technique of pattern matching, right? It's a Japanese professor, right? It's called, concept a little bit similar each other, but a different way. It's a sleeve with no armhole. So this technique, which is called the balloon technique, which is no armhole. It's in a half-shape box integration. one also balloon technique. The picture can be found on Instagram Facebook page. Yeah. Picture of my students' work. This is the vortex technique. So as you can see, the different approach to express the pattern design. This is a contemporary technique. It's also a contemporary technique. You can see that the dot, they used to be here, two dots, and transfer two into the pipe. Tailor color. This is the tailor color sheet. Okay, it looks as a real jacket, but you see, cheating, shade. This is origami technique. So concept is how to manipulate, how to transfer the dot into the sideline. You can see no side seam, no shoulder seam. You see? No shoulder, no side seam, no dot. Okay, now. Okay, hi everybody. So, now I will explain watching the video how to transfer the dot. Here you can see two dots on the top, okay, asymmetric. Okay, placed on a different way. Okay, could be spread out the three dots beside the two dots, so you can divide it the original dot volume. So that one is a dot and a zigzag shape. So the dot, so you imagine it should be straight line, but it could be different way. You see, zigzag style. Could be also the curve. So it's very important to reach the apex, the dot point, the last point. So now I'm going to show you the pattern block. So this is it. Okay, you can see. So each dot, okay, spread, and the 3 here, 3 there, and the 6 dot. The different weight. You see, it's no measurement. It's, you draw the style line, then the cut out the line is going to be self-grafted. Okay, you don't need a measurement. Okay? Just you draw first on the bodies, then transfer the automatically. Okay, it's very useful. So this one, just one style line. As you can see, the style line goes through the apex. Okay, goes through the apex. Yeah. Okay, so that you can express just one pattern block. That's very important. Goes through apex. This is a pattern, just a huge dot. Then away the start normal, then so on. It's going to be exactly the same shape. Okay, you see, would be interpreted in a different way. For example, here into the seam during your sewing process could be inserted some kind of other material, kind of free, like this. So using pattern, so playing pattern, you can express a 3D volume. Pattern shape could be a tool of this design. So here you can see the seam inserted with the zipper. So using same pattern block, but outcome different way. So very important, you should have your good sewing skill. Okay? You don't need measurement, just by eye. You can see there's a zipper, the curve to be snipped, then iron. It's normal zipper. So the same pattern you can express different ways. So for example, the grain lines. So this case in the grain line here, center top, just to be on the top, so different outcome. So the grain line could be is a tool of the design. Okay, you can play with grain line. Okay. So zigzag style line and go through the apex. In this case, in the grain line here, that grain line could be placed in the center. So style line, if goes outside, goes away, it's separating two pieces, you can express different color, different fabric. So this case, in the many style lines, you can see the two of them go through the point. The others just to be added any number of style lines. Okay, you see, like a puzzle. So it's just one and two style line goes apex. Okay, so that each pattern have changed grand line. You can see, you can express. It's very unusual creative design without the doubt. So as you can see, it's extremely important sewing it. Okay, sewing, pressing. So you can play with colors and different fabric. So very important to achieve kind of a seam and pointed corner, curve. Okay, I get that, and guys, it's not quite understandable. It's quite easy. So now I'm gonna explain it through video how to So you guys actually you're learning cutting skill or just drawing? Both?
Both.
Both, okay.
Both, yeah.
Okay.
Both.
How many years? 3 years?
Since
3
years.
3 years, 3.5 years.
Okay.
Since
Okay.
they learn about
Today, guys, everybody is a mixture piece.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
From the different years, sir.
Okay, good. Okay. So next one. So as you can see the video, okay, I'm gonna show you how to prepare the bodies and then so each essential process, okay, how to work out. Okay. Here you can see the bodies. Here. So very important to prepare bodies. I imagine that you have done already different any bodies with this case and two the hair, but it could be shoulder, on the neckline, any placement of the doll. Okay, you can use any pattern block. Also menswear and and the kids wear anything. Okay. So just marking and the tip of the doll, so you should go through the point. Okay. In this case, I'm drawing this curve going through the point and stop there. Okay. So you can use a marker. So that you can visualize the appropriate design style. Then using the ruler, curved ruler, then it just clean up, make it more beautiful. Okay? Using ruler. This is the second step. Then adding notches. This is extremely important notches. Okay, about each 10 centimeter. And the leaving notch. And then cut out the bodies along the style line up to okay, they are going to be flat. Okay, so once get flattened, So you can consider your final pattern job. Okay, you don't need to transfer the paper. Okay, you don't need a paper here. Okay, so just consider your pattern fabric is your final pattern. Okay, then lay down your fabric whatever you want. Any fabric can be used. Okay, then adding seam allowance. So in order to achieve this extreme curve, you better put in a seam allowance smaller. But you usually use 1 centimeter, right? Okay, but in this case about half centimeter, 7 millimeter. Okay, smaller. Okay, much better. Then snip each notches. Then I'm going to explain how to stitch on the curve. That is very important. You can have some trial, some exercise. So as you can see, the seam, the curve. This is the curve, the convex and concave. Okay, so concave curve. Let's say a valley. Okay, convex. Let's say mountain. Okay, mountain shape and a valley. Right. Okay. So before stitching, okay, you prepare the valley section. Place on the mountain. Valley on the mountain. Okay. So this valley section. Now matching up notches first. Okay, I'm pinning into the valley. So as you can see, valley on the top, so that you need to snip. Okay, make it with measurement. The valley section is going to be shorter than mountain, so you need to snip into the valley. Okay, that's going to be open. And going to be same measurement. So you can tell here it needs to be snipped. Does it make sense to you? So just better prepare before stitching this way. So you need to prepare. So first the valley section. So you need to divide going steps. Okay, you can. So this case, I'm going to stitch from the tip of the dart up to the end of the valley section. Because then going to need. Here you can see this is tip of the dart. You can see that black thread means valley section. Okay, I stitch it already up to the end of the valley section. Okay, you cannot continue stitching. Okay, you need to divide, depends on where it valley section. So this way you can stitch any extreme curve. Okay. So here we're going to be mountain, going to the flip other side, and the same thing. Prepare matching up the notches, snipping into the valley. Where you just separate, showing process. but just you need to put some practice. You can do that. Maybe you never done this kind of shape theme. So if you wanna create some creative, style line, you need to achieve first this kind of extreme curve. Okay, just have some exercise. You can do that. So finally, you can press. The pressing is very important. So usually you press them from wrong side, but you better pressing on the right side up, and then press directly the right side. Then I have some top stitch. So different fabric, for example, striped fabric. And it could be inserted in other materials into the seam, just to prepare for this kind of braid. Okay, now I'm going to show you this design. As you can see, my style line starting from neckline. You can see neckline go through the points, apex, tip of the dot, and on the back it's got one dot, and then the armhole. Okay, just one style line. You see on the back just one dot. And my style line ends up armhole where this cut off. Okay? Then we find the line, clean up the line, and notches, adding notches. Think about, guys, once cut out of the line, on the line, how many pattern pieces going to be? You can imagine, cut the line, how many pattern pieces supposed to be? And it looks like 2 pieces, right? Cutting along the line, and cut off the partner, cut off armhole completely. Yeah, we can see just one pattern. All integrated. So outcome going to be, same shape, same fit, but without original side seam and the shoulder and the dogs, all original seam integrated into one pattern. Okay, no side seam, no shoulder, no dogs, but maintain the same fit. Okay, it's very important maintain the shape, original shape. Okay, this is important. So it could be design created, it's very creative artist design. Just make sure you go through the apex, okay, so that you can express different, no limits. Idea is no limits. So this case in the pattern going to be two pieces. That looks like very insane pattern of okay, same half centimeter seam. So very important, the marks of corner and the pointed corner and the inside corner. In order to stitch pointed corner, okay, just mark the dots. Okay, here you see the dot. Now I'm going to stitch from the dot. So just match up the dot to the dot. And to snip the corner accurately, you need to reach to the dot. Yeah. Then you're going to restart from the dot, the corner snip. So you need to separate the two times. So that you can achieve any extreme pointed corner perfectly. Okay, this is very important. Okay, leave each corner pointed corner and inside the corner. So this is the outcome. Perfectly done. No side seam, no shoulder seam, no dots. So that one is kind of a puzzle, 3D puzzle. But these cases are going to be many pattern bits, so you better put some number or letters so that make sure don't get confused. You can see the many pattern pieces. Okay, now let's change technique. So this one in the draping technique. The draping, it's a different approach of it. So first you prepare the base layer, right? On the each pattern. Now second layer is the draping layer. So I'm gonna get the different fabric, softer. I'm going to adding volume. It's very intuitive method. No measurement, no rules. Very intuitive technique. So I'm going to add volume, especially here you can see the mountain shape. Just like that. They're just intuitive. Then draping layer placed on the top. using volume added, making volume. Okay, so it can be done with gathering the fabric, or you can do that with beads. Anything you can play with volume. Okay, but underneath it's got base layer, which is maintain your original shape, original fit. So it's guaranteed the final ease. Okay, just playing with fabric. Flat draping technique. Just focusing on each button piece, making 2 layers. 1 on base button, 2 top layer for the draping. Okay, just doing draping on black. It's very unusual technique, but especially for you and a student, it's very important to learn a different way. Okay, very easy to create 3D shape. So very important that the base layer should be completely flat with that disproportion. So once you've done all one piece, then stitch together with the base layer and trimming excess fabric properly, and they sew up together. So as you can see, each pattern piece in a 3D shape with draping. Okay, so underneath the base layer, which is inside layer, going to be completely flat. See, no gather, no distortion. Okay, then outside you can express different volume. It's very interesting how to create a 3D shape, okay, with volume together. Just manipulating fabric, you can express a different way. So in this case, in a heart shape, just stitch small, tiny stitch center on the top and a 2 layer. and it's just simply, twisting, just spinning fabric top layer. Okay, so far. So now that this is transformation of the sleeve. How to transform the sleeve? Okay, from set-in sleeve to creative kind of a curve. So this gives the points where it's very main, several points. Just to make sure they go through the points. So you can see the very unusual pattern. So sometimes underarm here, you can see there's going to be some issues. You can see that it's not going to be very flat. So you need to use an iron technique, making more. You can see the underarm will have sometimes an issue. But the PR technique allows you to transform from set-in sleeve, classical set-in sleeve to creative sleeve. Also in a square shape. So this is pattern block, very unusual. And this one is very particular style line. Just one spiral style line. Just one style line. it's very important to visualize your final cut line. So I've been changing colors to how to capture the a good proportion. See. So here you can see that's very unusual pattern. It's very important to maintain the original fit. So here you can see the TR technique allows to transform, allows to eliminate the old original seam, such as armhole, princess line, side seams, to be eliminated or integrated into new pattern piece. Okay. Now I'm going to show you some pictures during my workshop. Okay. Because I've been leading some workshops all over the world. So here you can see some workshops in European countries. So usually I organize in a 3 days of workshop, basic technique. It's the integration of the volume onto the half skirt. You can see that there are no side seam, no dots, so you can express different approach. So everybody different idea. Maybe next year, no, we can organize workshop together. Yeah?
Sure.
Sure, sir.
Very enjoyable workshop.
Amazing workshop.
Not 3-day workshop, now you can learn many techniques, different techniques. Instead of draping technique.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have an amazing technique, Mr. Sato.
Thank you. Yes, one day, maybe next year, we can organize a workshop. So where
Yes, please.
Where are you based in? In Jakarta? Where?
In Bali.
No, in Bali.
Bali. In
Oh
Bali,
my
sir.
goodness. In Bali, it's a huge university. It's a university, right?
Yeah.
Indonesia
Yeah,
Institute
yeah,
of the
yeah.
Arts, ISTI
Oh,
Denpasar.
I didn't know that.
Please come to Bali and let me know in advance so you
I-
can send your email to us.
Yeah, I've never been Bali. Oh, you have.
So you have to come here and enjoy
Yes.
Bali while
Yeah,
teaching
living-
us.
You guys living in paradise.
Perhaps we can learn from you in Bali
Yeah.
when you come to our island.
How's the situation on the COVID? How is it? Good?
Well, in Bali, it's a bit increasing. The number of the is a bit increasing, but hopefully in the
Yeah.
future, in the week, I hope the number would be lower.
Lower. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the balloon technique.
Oh,
This is origami
You.
technique.
it's amazing technique, sir.
Yeah, it's very easy to achieve each technique because 3-day workshop basic the program and everybody can achieve
Yeah, yeah.
very easy.
It's very nice detail and techniques. Wow. Wow.
Okay, this is origami bamboo.
Yeah, origami bamboo. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Last year I have been to Asia and I've been to Singapore and
Yeah.
and Malaysia. Yeah, just meet. Yeah, I need to be there one day. Yeah, someday. Yeah, it's very good.
You will stop over in Bali.
Yeah.
Pak Cho, boleh ditanya besok apakah kita boleh ini?
This is a box integration. You see the two boxes integrated, just one button. So you can play with volume.
Alright.
This is draping technique.
Draping technique, wow.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah.
You have seen already 2 layers. This is voltage. This is the advanced technique. The voltage. This is front view.
Yeah, yeah.
Cheating out. I have a lot.
Yeah. Developing from the origami techniques, yes, sir.
Yeah.
From draping and also.
Some advanced origami technique.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot.
A lot. Wow.
Other origami technique. Here in Germany, in university. It's a good university. Very talented student. You can see the seam, the curve. It's good skills, huh? The sewing skill is very good. It's writing.
This is actually already advanced technique, yes, sir?
Oh, no, that's the basic. This is basic.
Basic also? Oh.
Yeah, yes, basic. Yeah.
But
there, German student like you, it's a mixture, the second year, third year. Like you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If they can do it, you can do it.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I will try, sir.
Just you need to be motivated. Be done.
Yeah.
If you want to be, master my technique, if you like sewing, you can do that. Okay?
Yeah.
Anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a beautiful outcome.
Yeah.
It's a very enjoyable. It's very different.
That's right. You're right there.
Especially, guys, especially here with me, no required measurement. I never say.
Yeah. I
Number,
could see.
not centimeter, millimeter, no measurement, just by eye. understand? It's very different way.
Wow.
So origami bamboo.
Yeah.
Here you can see in Spain. Now, I've been traveling about 30 countries. But you know, if you're motivated, you're very keen to learn my technique, but you need to be, achieve this specific sewing technique. Understand? So a curve, pointed corner, and it's a sewing skill is very important. They are also students. Mixture. Different countries, but taste is different also. It's a combination, the color, the volume. You can see that the same. I've been teaching same technique for the different countries. And the outcome is completely different. Very curious. Looks very intense. It's a volume, but the concept is very extremely easy. Okay? Everybody can achieve. Okay, everybody. Here in the South America. Here is Brazil. Brazil. I've been teaching for the students like you, or professionals, teachers. Okay. So I think let me. Here the origami bamboo technique. Because I have online class, as I have said. I mentioned already in some workshop online. Okay, this is origami online class. But here in University in Tokyo, and Bunka Fashion School, and here the second year, and origami I'm doing.
This is from Bunka School, yes, sir? Bunka? This is from student from Bunka School?
Yes,
Bunka, yeah.
Bunka University.
I think we have Bunka School also in Indonesia, in Jakarta, yeah?
Huh?
Bunka, in Jakarta, we have also Bunka School in Jakarta before.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I can show you some pockets. I have online class on the pockets as well. I use a pocket. This is a wild pocket curve. Not this pocket. Double knot. It's a creative sleeve by origami technique. So one day, if you are eager to learn my technique, you can be join to my online class in the future. It's quite difficult course, very advanced. It's a moulage technique. It's a draping on the body directly on the human body. Okay, doing the moulage on the human body, okay, on the person. I'm doing a trouser. It's a dress. You can see it directly on the person. Okay. So from scratch, from zero, from fabric, you can create jacket, tailor jacket, also on a sleeve. So you don't need a pattern. You can start from scratch, from zero, from just the fabric. You can construct trouser. This origami tote bag. Okay, so I think that's it. You have
Mr.
some questions?
Mr. Sato,
We can discuss some question if you have some question.
yes, I have one, but before I deliver my question, can you please say hi, Isi dan Pasar? Our campus name is Isi Denpasar, so we hope that you can say hi, Isi Denpasar.
Hi, Isi Denpasar.
Yes,
sir. Right.
That's the name of the school?
Yeah,
Yes,
EC.
that's our school name.
ECD?
ECD. ISI Denpasar.
Isi Denpasar.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Denpasar is our city name.
Thank you for invitation.
Yes, Mr. Sato, and we
Yes.
also have one more question.
Yes.
So tomorrow is actually our real webinar international, and then if you would like to join, we can share our link
You know,
because.
problem is tomorrow I'm starting travel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I'm going to Europe country tomorrow.
Okay.
So, thank you for invitation.
Yeah.
But I hope you have enjoyed today. That one day
Very much enjoy, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One day
There's a lot of
Okay.
knowledge of
As workshop, we
lot
are
of knowledge of
workshop in Bali.
technique.
We're waiting you next year in Bali, Mr. Sato.
Yeah, I think from Tokyo, how long? It's 3-4 hours, right?
8 hours maybe from Tokyo to Denpasar. 8 hours maybe. 8 hours. Yeah.
How many?
8 hours maybe.
8.
Perhaps 8 hours from Tokyo to Denpasar, Mr. Sato.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've been traveling into Australia, Melbourne. Next year, about May or July, June, July, May, spring, spring here, May, in June and July, okay, and into Australia because from us, Australia is quite near, right? It's very close.
Yeah.
Yeah. We close to Australia.
Right into Bali. Yeah, sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
Maybe we can organize 3 days, 3-day workshop.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But
Please let us know in advance so we can
Arrange everything for you.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
And,
Mr. Sato,
yes.
which part of Australia that you will visit next year?
Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Melbourne, yeah. 6
One more
hours
thing,
from Bali.
Mr. Sato, as tomorrow is the international webinar, can we display the record today to the public?
Participants, all the participants tomorrow.
Did you record it already?
Already.
Yes.
Yeah.
Already, Mister.
We did the recording. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Sato.
Okay, I take picture now.
Yes, please.
Yay, please.
Okay. Edah lagi. Cek. Baik, demikianlah tadi sudah kita saksikan bersama-sama rekaman dari pemaparan Mr. Singo Sato. Sebelumnya kami ingatkan kembali bahwa jangan lupa untuk mengisi form absen yang sudah di-share, dan jika ada pertanyaan untuk Mr. Singo Sato bisa disampaikan kepada kami dan kami akan teruskan kepada beliau, dan nanti jawaban dari beliau akan kita kirimkan atau share melalui WA.
Iya, WA dan email.
Dan email. Baik, Ibu Dewi, tadi kita sudah menyaksikan pemaparan Mr. Singo Sato. Itu adalah teknik yang dibilang rumit ya rumit, dibilang mudah ya tidak mudah sebetulnya, karena itu teknik pola, membuat pola. Jadi pola itu dibuat untuk membuat busana langsung pada badan pemakai atau pada manekin. Dan di situ Mr. Singo Sato juga menggunakan teknik moulage, ya. Itu adalah aplikasi 3 dimensi yang diletakkan di busana tersebut. Karena kita langsung menggunakan badan manekin atau badan si pemakai. Jadi kita tidak perlu lagi mengambil measurement ukuran dari si pemakai. Jadi disitulah diolah dan itu tekniknya sangat bagus ya, dan banyak sekali untuk adibusana sebetulnya karena semua rata-rata menggunakan tangan kerjaannya.
Betul sekali, Bapak Dr. Andres Cokordabinanda. First of all, we would like to apologize from you all because we can only share the recording tape yesterday due to Mr. Singo Sato circumstances. He has to travel to Europe and he suggests us to record the presentation yesterday. So, in summary, Mr. Sato has explained his technique called transformation and reconstruction. So it's a technique combination of a flat pattern making technique and three-dimensional draping technique at the mannequin or dress form. So the main objective is to dismantle boundaries and rebuild without limitation. And we do want to remind you all, please fill the list of attendees that we already shared through the chatting column. And for all questions, we are going to deliver the question to Mr. Singo Sato. Once we got the reply, we will send you back through WhatsApp group and email. So I think this is the end of the second session as well as the end of our international webinar. We would greatly appreciate it for the participants, speakers, all the members and crew who are still joining until the end of the session. Thank you very much once again and have a great Monday.
For the virtual virtual webinar from the Magendra team. Thank you very much for all.
Yes, great. So, akhir kata kami tutup dengan parame Santi. Om Santi 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 Om.